I request all the dignitaries to kindly occupy the seats on the dais. Vakratunda Mahakaya Suryakoti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kurme Deva Sarvakareshu Sarvada. A very warm good morning to everyone assembled here. I, Ms. Lata Suvarnikar, take the privilege of comparing the inauguration of 3-day student development program on research methodology, a skill building approach. And it is my pleasure to welcome you all to this program. It is a mark of an undying tradition to invoke the blessings of the Almighty at the beginning of an important event. Like the great philosopher once said, the function of prayer is not to influence God, but rather to change the nature of one who prays. I would like to call upon Ms. Akshata to evoke the blessings of God.
ವಂದಿಪೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಗಣನಾಥ ಮೊದಲೊಂದಿಪೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಗಣನಾಥ ಬಂದ ವಿಘ್ನ ಕಳೆಯೋ ಗಣನಾಥ ವಂದಿಪೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಗಣನಾಥ ವಂದಿಪೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಗಣನಾಥ ಮೊದಲೊಂದಿಪೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಗಣನಾಥ ಹಿಂದೆ ರಾವಣನು ಮುದದಿಂದ ನಿನ್ನ ಪೂಜಿಸದೆ ಹಿಂದೆ ರಾವಣನು ಮದದಿಂದ ನಿನ್ನ ಪೂಜಿಸದೆ ಸಂದರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಗಣನಾಥ ಸಂದರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಗಣನಾಥ ವಂದಿಪೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಗಣನಾಥ ಮೊದಲೊಂದಿಪೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಗಣನಾಥ ಆದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಧರ್ಮರಾಜ ಪೂಜಿಸಿ ನಿನ್ನಯ ಪಾದ ಆದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಧರ್ಮರಾಜ ಪೂಜಿಸಿ ನಿನ್ನಯ ಪಾದ ಸಾಧಿಸಿದ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಗಣನಾಥ ಸಾಧಿಸಿದ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಗಣನಾಥ ವಂದಿಪೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಗಣನಾಥ ಮೊದಲೊಂದಿಪೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಗಣನಾಥ ಮಂಗಳ ಮೂರುತಿ ಗುರು ರಂಗ ವಿಠಲನ ಪಾದ ಮಂಗಳ ಮೂರುತಿ ಗುರು ರಂಗ ವಿಠಲನ ಪಾದ ಭೃಂಗನೆ ಪಾಲಿಸೋ ಗಣನಾಥ ಭೃಂಗನೆ ಪಾಲಿಸೋ ಗಣನಾಥ ವಂದಿಪೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಗಣನಾಥ ಮೊದಲೊಂದಿಪೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಗಣನಾಥ ಬಂದ ವಿಘ್ನ ಕಳೆಯೋ ಗಣನಾಥ ವಂದಿಪೆ ನಿನಗೆ ಗಣನಾಥ 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 ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
Thank you, Ms. Akshata. We all feel blessed indeed. I would like to invite our respected principal, Dr. H. Virapur, KLS GCC, the sculptor of human character, a seasoned scholar and navigator of this flagship of knowledge, to formally welcome the gathering.
Good morning to everybody. Worthy chief guest of today's function, Dr. H. Kamble, Director CDC, Rani Chennamma University, Belagavi. President of the function, Sri SP Joshi, Sir. Chairman, GC on GCC MCOM BBA BCA section. Organizer of today's function, Dr. Subur, BBA MCOM BBA BCA section. Organizer of today's event, Dr. Nita Rao, Coordinator Research Center, teaching and non-teaching staff, and my dear participants. Today, we have organized 3 days national level SDP on research methodology, a skill building approach by Department of MCOM and Research Center under the banner of IQAC for the benefit of the PG students. At the outset, I am very happy to welcome the gathering. First of all, I, on behalf of KLS Gupta Commerce, Department of MCOM and Research Center, extend a heartily welcome to today's chief guest, Dr. H.Y. Kamble, who has accepted our invitation despite his busy schedule and graced the occasion. Sir, I welcome you, sir. Friends, I take this opportunity to welcome the president of the function, Sri S.P. Joshi, Chairman GC on GCC, MCOM BBA BC section. So who has kindly accepted the invitation and presided over the function. I welcome you, sir. It is my privilege to welcome Dr. Srikant Sugu and Dr. Nita Rao, so who have taken initiative interest to organize this program. I welcome also you to this gathering. I would like to welcome all the participants from different colleges of India who have participated in this event. It is my great pleasure to welcome other organizers of this mega event, Dr. H.N. Tamankar, Professor S.V. Jovalkar, Professor Lata Suvarnikar, and their team. I would like to welcome all the teaching, non-teaching staff, and all the students of PG section. I once again extend a cordial welcome to one and all present here. I wish you all the best and hope you will enjoy 3 days program. Thank you and all.
Thank you, sir, for your earnest welcome address. Now, I request Dr. Harshal Tamankar, Coordinator MCOM, to introduce our chief guest and president for today. I'm happy to inform that our MCOM coordinator, Dr. Harshal Tamankar, is recently recognized as Research Guide to Rani Channamma University, Belgavi. It is a proud moment for us.
Good morning, one and all. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce today's chief guest, Dr. Harshvardhan Kamble. Sir has rich experience of 35 years in teaching field. Sir was head of Department of Commerce, Mangalore University from 2003 to 2005. He was head of Department of Commerce, KUD, from 2006 to 2008. He was Dean Faculty of Commerce, KUD, from 2007 to 2009. Sir has worked as a finance officer of KUD from 2007 to 2009. Sir has rich experience in the field of research. Sir has published more than 40 research papers in different national and international journals. Sir has undertaken and completed one major research project and two minor research projects. Sir is a recognized research guide for Rani Channamma University. Under his able guidance, 9 research scholars have completed their PhD. At present, Sir is working as a CDC director in Rani Channamma University. On behalf of MCOM family, I welcome you, sir. I take the privilege of introducing today's president of the function, Sri S.P. Joshi, sir. Sir was born on 18th October 1948. Sir has completed his BCom from KLS Gupta College of Commerce. Sir is chartered accountant by profession. Sir is fellow member of Institute of Insurance Surveyor and Loss Assessor and approved licensed surveyor from IRDA, New Delhi. Sir has worked as a general manager in export company and traveled many Eastern countries for business and financial terms. Sir is practicing chartered accountant since 1983. Sir has joined Karnataka Law Society on 30th March 2008. Presently, Sir is the chairman of Governing Council of GCC, MCOM, BBA and BCA. On behalf of MCOM family, I welcome you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Asatoma Sadgamaya, Tamasomar Jyotirgamaya, Mrityomam Amrutam Gamaya. A ray of light is a ray of hope. Let's all leave the darkness and step towards the right path. To follow our tradition, we have our auspicious lamp lighting ceremony as a tribute to Mother Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge. I now request all the dignitaries on the dais to light the lamp and symbolically inaugurate this program.
शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापम् सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तु ते ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः आरोग्यं देहि पुत्रांश मतिं स्वच्छां हि मे सदा रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत्.
Thank you all. Now, I request Dr. Neeta S. Rao, Coordinator, Research Center, to brief about Student Development Program.
Good morning, everybody. Respected Chief Guest of the program, Dr. H.Y. Kamble, sir. Respected President of the function, Dr. Shri S.P. Joshi, sir. Chairman, Governing Council. Beloved Principal, Dr. H.H. Virapur, sir. Respected Director, MCOM, BBA and BCA section, Dr. S.G. Sugur, sir. NAC Coordinator, Shri Gamanaik, sir. MCOM Coordinator, Dr. Harshal Tamankar, sir. BBA Coordinator, Mrs. Naina Raichur, Madam. BCA Coordinator, Shri Venugopal, sir. All my colleagues, dear students who are present offline and online, it's a great pleasure to stand before you to give the glimpses of this SDP program and just to brief about MCOM program as well as Research Center. We all are aware of the disastrous effects of the unprecedented pandemic, which taught us many lessons we never thought before. Earlier, we only taught, but now the situation has urged us to learn so many things, like conducting online classes, using different apps, checking papers and assignments online, etc. Students also learned so many new things, but slowly we adjusted. We came back to somewhat a normal life. Of course, conditions apply. So now it was the time to do some value addition to our course. So we thought of conducting an online offline program which will benefit not only our students but also students and scholars of other colleges, other universities and other states. The result is what we all are witnessing now, a 3-day student development program in the subject of research methodology. MCOM final year students have the subject business research methodology. So also BBA and MBA students and other master degree students who have this subject in the syllabi. Throughout a semester, they will learn it as one of the subjects. They also do one project after learning this subject. So we thought that we should make the students more responsible while conducting their research project. They should understand why they have to do it, who will benefit out of it, what should be the ultimate purpose of conducting a research project, etc. We have invited scholars like Dr. H.Y. Kamble sir, Dr. A.B. Kalkundrikar sir, Dr. Sandeep Nair sir, and many others who have made their name in and around North Karnataka by their superior research work, who have profound knowledge in the said field, who can guide properly with the purpose and utility of doing research. These scholars will take you through the process, purpose, and benefits of research, which will remain in your minds forever and guide you in all your future research projects. Hope you have already gone through the brochure we have already sent. This is a program of 3 days with 2 sessions per day. Each session will be of 1 hour. The resource persons will speak on the topic for around 45 to 50 minutes, after which there will be a question answer session of around 10 to 15 minutes. Participants who are present here can ask the questions, and participants who have joined online can type their questions, or or they can raise hands, which will be communicated to the resource persons. The resource person will clarify your doubts and queries. So all these subjects that will be taken up in the session are also already given. Now I will give a brief introduction of our MCOM course. As a premier commerce institution in Belgavi, KLS Gokte College has its own legacy and heritage of great teachers in the field of commerce. Its existence and contribution for the last 65 years has been felt by people of Belgavi and surroundings. To benefit the students with higher education facilities, we started our post-graduation course in MCOM in the year 2008 under Karnataka University, Dharwad. Later on, it was affiliated to Rani Chennamma University. It's already 12 years now. We have good number of rank holders in MCOM. Our alma mater is diversified into various fields. Now we have 3 PhDs and one faculty who has already submitted her thesis for the award of PhD. We have a full-fledged and well-equipped building lab for the program with all the facilities. Now, a brief introduction to our research center. After Rani Chennamma University came into existence in the year 2010, ours is the first institution to get permission to start a research center in commerce in the year 2012. We had 6 guides through this center who have been guiding PhD students. They have 30 students for PhD. Already 3 of them have been awarded with PhD degree and others are in the pipeline. I feel privileged to be the part of this great institution and heading the research center as its coordinator. We have various plans to make the center still more active and vibrant to help and support the research guides, scholars, and students. Our management is also very keen about developing the research center in the days to come. With the help and cooperation of all the stakeholders and the contemporary scholars inside and outside the institution, we wish to make it more relevant and useful. With these words, I thank everyone, and I will give a full stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam, for briefing us about the program. I'm happy to inform that We have more than 60 registrations for the program and who are attending live right now for the program. And the participants are from Tamil Nadu, Punjab, Haryana, Goa, and our own state, Karnataka. To begin with the floral presentation, now I request Dr. H. Virapur, Principal, KLS GCC, to present a bouquet to our chief guest, Dr. H.Y. Kamble, Director, College Development Cell, Rani Channamma University, Belgavi. Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Shrikant G. Sugur, Director, MCOM BBA BCA, to present a bouquet to our President, Shri SP Joshi Sir, GC on GCC, MCOM BBA BCA. Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Harshal Tamankar, MCOM Coordinator, to present a bouquet to Dr. H. Virapur, Principal, KLS GCC. Thank you, sir. I request Professor S.V. Zavarkar to present a flower to our Director, Dr. Shrikant G. Sugur, MCOM BBA BCA. Thank you, Madam. I request Professor Vijeta Sheth to present a flower to IQAC Coordinator, Professor Gyamanek H. Thank you, Madam. I request Mr. Prashant to present a flower to Dr. Harshal Tamankar, Coordinator, MCOM. Thank you, Prashant. I request Ms. Shubhangi to present a flower to Organizing Coordinator, Dr. Neeta S. Rao. Thank you, Shubhangi. The most awaited moment to all our participants to listen to words of wisdom. Now I request Dr. H.Y. Kamble, Director, College Development Cell, Rani Channamma University, Belgavi, to address the gathering.
Good morning to you all. Dignitaries on the dais and dignitaries of the dais, participants from all over the country, and my students who are present in the auditorium. At the very outset, I'm very happy to note that the Research Center of Gupta College of Commerce is organizing a 3-day online research methodology program for the students of MCOM as well as the budding research scholars, which is the need of the day. In fact, I was instrumental in recognizing the college as a research center in commerce back in 2012. And whenever I used to come to the college, I used to complain, saying that no research activity worth the name is being conducted. And I'm very happy to note that under the able leadership of Dr. Nita Rao, some research activities undertaken here. I hope things will gather momentum in the days to come, and a lot more activities relating to research is undertaken in the days to come. Society expects a lot from colleges like GCC, and you should not let down the society at large. So people who are working in the PG Center, PG Department of Commerce, have a lot of responsibility to take up to take further the flag of commerce education in this part of the state. Now, generally, it is said that the research output of our country is low. And people also did not stop at that. They are also saying that it is deteriorating further. Now, time has come for indulging in retrospection instead of indulging in self-patting. People who indulge in self-patting will end up further going down the ladder in terms of efficiency and in terms of the quality of the research. So what is the menace or why the situation is so pathetic? As a research scholar myself and as a research guide myself, I can vouch for that, and that is people lack the knowledge of research methodology. I'm a bit critical, but I'm critical only to hope that the things will improve. I remembered a statement made by an author who says, I hate India because I love India. Similar is the case with me. I hate commerce research because I like commerce research. People in a hurry to get the degree indulge in doing a trash work. And for that, I am also responsible. I am not shirking my responsibility. But time has to change. Time has come for us to take a fresh look at the research that we are carrying out in this country and in this part of the state. Let us not be happy with prefixing DR to our name. That is not the objective of research. That is not the only objective of research. There are more novel objectives of research also, and one of them is coming to the rescue of the societal needs. We have to make policy prescriptions for the people to consider them in policy formulation so that the societal benefits are furthered. We may get a degree, we may get monetary benefits, we may get recognition. That is there. But the primary responsibility of a researcher is to suggest measures to ensure that the policymakers take policy decisions which are in the interest of the society at large. And for that, we have to do research impartially using proper methodology. As you all know, there are several steps in research. It starts from identifying the problem, collection of literature, review of literature, raising research questions, formulation of hypothesis, collection of data, analysis of data, interpretation of data, using statistical tools, sample selection. In every step of research, methodology is required. And many people do not know the methodology that is to be followed. For example, you have to select a sample. In social science research, selecting the sample is very, very important. The sample size should be adequate and it should represent the entire population, because we tend to generalize the findings of our study. And if we need to do that, the sample should be representative one and you should represent the entire population. So many people do not know how to select the sample. They inflate the sample number. They collect data for 100 people and say they have collected it for 500 people. So as a result of that, what happens is the findings of the study do not reflect the reality, the ground reality. And whatever suggestions you make will also not hold good because the sample is not representative one. So we should, as research scholars, we need to be very responsible towards our society. If somebody considers your suggestions and implements them, and if they do more damage than good, then you will be held responsible. You should be held morally responsible, if not legally. So that type of morality a research scholar should have. Let the research topic be very, very small. Don't use too many statistical tools and confuse the people. But there should be honesty, sincerity, and application of mind. Don't worry about whether you will get the degree or not. You will get the degree. The moment you register for PhD, you will get the degree. I will ensure that you get the degree. There is nothing. There is no problem. But the point is, as a guide, as a student, have you done justice to the topic of our research or not? We have to satisfy ourselves first, then satisfying others. When we are not happy with our child, thesis is like our child. We should love our child. Others may not love that child, but that also is not happening. People come for Viva who ask them some silly question which they are unable to answer. So such things should not happen, and this is happening because we do not devote much time to understand the methodology of research that one is to follow in carrying out research. We straight away copy the questionnaire from the work already done, get it filled, and start analyzing the data. That should not happen. 1 year, 1 full year, you must devote for research methodology. 6 months for collection of data. Next 6 months for analysis of data, then interpretation. Third year, fourth year, you should type and other things. In language of the research scholars is also horrible. They do not go to an English teacher and get their manuscripts corrected. So all this I am bringing to our kind notice because day by day, month by month, year by year, the quality of research is going down the drains. And I am witness to that, and I am also party to that. Let me confess here today. And this we must stop, and it is our responsibility to stop. It is not the responsibility of one or two people like me at the helm of affairs to stop that. People come and start crying before us. Now, to become a lecturer, one should get either in a NET exam or SET exam. In either of the two, these two people do not get through. They come to research. Somehow they kill 5 years, and in the 6th year they come and stand before us crying. And we have to somehow come to the rescue. Otherwise, they will spoil our name. So this is the pathetic state of affairs of research. If not in our country, at least in our university, let me go on record saying that because I'm party to that. So as budding researchers, you don't attach much importance for your degree that you will get, but give more importance for doing some good work which will contribute to the society and which will be proud of. You have to publish your articles, peer-reviewed articles. If your article comes in a journal which has got a high impact factor, you will be respected amongst the academicians. If you publish your article in a paid journal, nobody will look at it. I encourage my students to publish one article in a good journal, not 10 articles in 10 bogus journals. That will not. Einstein, UGC has prescribed 5 articles to be published by a person to become a professor. Why 5 articles? Because Einstein had only 5 articles to his credit. That's why UGC has prescribed 5. His 5 articles are more than 5 lakhs articles of the present generation. That is different. But 5 means 5. Einstein had published only 5 articles, and he got the Nobel Prize for that. Look at the standard of the articles published by him in those days. And one more menace of today's research is copy paste and copy type and what is that? Cut copy paste. Research has become very handy for that. Technology has become very handy for present day research scholars. Copy, cut and paste and bring it before the guide. Correct, sir? Tomorrow I am submitting the synopsis. This people say. This is not right. I congratulate the Joshi sir for giving the free hand to the organizers of this function to conduct a research methodology course for students of MCOM and other budding scholars. I request you all to take full advantage of this and keep in mind the noble objectives of research. Noble objective of research is contribution to the problems of the society and help them in solving them, not to get degree, money, positions. They all come. They are all secondary in my view. They are all secondary. Primary is find a solution. Corona, the entire world was shaken when coronavirus started killing the people mercilessly, and people like Serum Institute of India, Bharat Biotech have indigenously developed the vaccine. See, they make more money, but they are the proud children of our country for having developed those vaccines locally. Such should be the objective of the people who are indulging in research. So think for how many people they are giving the life now. Without mask, you can roam around in another 2-3 months if you take that vaccine. Isn't it? Such should be the goal of our research scholars. Find a solution for the problem. Identify the problem, try to find the solution for that problem. Society will take your name with a proud, and you will also be proud son of this country. Getting degree, getting increments, getting promotion, these are all secondary. Without them also we can live. So these few words, I'm not well, but people forced me to come to the function. That's why I have come. Let me not speak for more time. I'm not well. Thank you for calling me and for giving me an opportunity to put forth my views without any hesitation. Because I'm also fed up with this. Fed up of doing research, which is worthless. I can take the names of 1 or 2 people. 14 people have obtained PhD under my guidance. Nita Rao is one of them, and she has done a good work. Like that, I can take 2 more names, not all 14. But I have to help them. System itself is like that. Though in 96 I have become the guide. More than 25 years have lapsed, and only 12 PhDs are produced. Tom, Dick, and Harry cannot come to me asking for a seat. I give seat to those only who approved their metal, and I want them to be in touch with me from beginning to end. They should show me handwritten script and not typed one. Then only I will say, I will give a green signal to them to submit the thesis, not otherwise. So I am doing our best, but that is not enough. Quality of research should go up. In the international world of academicians, our research is not taken seriously. They say it is a trash, and based on that, universities are graded. Why none of the University of India does not find a place in the 100 best universities? It is because of this. The impact factor of our articles is not good, and that's why you will not find any university in the list of 100 best universities of the country. So time has come for us to think seriously and do serious research, not research only to get the degree. With these few words, I thank you all for giving me a patient hearing. I am the alma mater of this college, and I know what role this college has played in reforming us and making us what we are today. I will not. It is impossible to pay the debt of this college, and I will continue to make an attempt to repay that debt until my last breath. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking address. In spite your health being upset, you have addressed the gathering. Thank you, sir. Now, I request our President, Shri SP Joshi, sir, the man of distinct vision, an idol of knowledge, experience, and inspiration, to present his presidential remarks.
Good morning to one and all. So I'm very happy to respected chief guest today. He has covered the research subject to such an extent that not only getting award of PhD, but you should continue research. That is what he has preached. Because research not only in the one subject, research is for every walk of life. You have to go on getting the researches, and many other aspects are there. So coming to I'm very happy that today it is a great pleasure for me to preside over this particular function. This is for the first time. Rather, we started that for PhD, some seminars they should start doing, and we wanted to have a recognition for the research center. So research center, particularly, we have given it light. Now it is left up to coordinator, our director Subur sir, to carry over the thing, because we are old people, only policy makers. But carrying and continuing is your job. Anyway, our principal is there always there to support you people. So regarding this today's research in social science and shaping the growth and development of nation. Therefore, young minds must be educated. I add along with young mind, even senior people also, there is no end for learning or educating the things. Get ourselves educated and get educated the others. This is in the every field. You see, as a 45 years or 50 years of my chartered accountancy, this thing, every walk of life, many new things were coming up. Then naturally we have to dig our mind and provoke it, find out, and go for the solution. Because people, we have to satisfy the public. Service oriented also, unless and until we satisfy the public by doing research, no public, no customer, no clientele will come to us. This is what is the life. So my sincere advice to all MCOM students, particularly MCOM and PG, or even for the professional courses, they have to be alert for the developments and researches. Every day you will find that so many researches are coming up, and so many growth is there. Commerce is not like the earlier subject. Earlier commerce was just as a clerical job. When we joined commerce, people were laughing us. Why you joined clerk, become, you are going to be a clerk only or what? But this 1954, our college started. In this, from this college, nearly, in my opinion, more than 100 chartered accountants they have produced. College has produced, and all stood ranks to the Delhi level, all India basis. Such a caliber, such as this thing is there, and everybody has proven their ability, and wherever they are, they have proven their mettle. So this is only a like a temple. You are entering here, learning here commerce, but commerce growth, commerce research. You have to be in the commerce means you have to be always in the commerce doing research and other things. Grow yourself. This offline, online, or whatever may be the case, you have to adjust the life. Today offline, online, tomorrow something may come up, new thing. So for every new moment, you have to adjust yourself. There is no like earlier, teachers were used to beat the students. That also was happening in earlier days. But nowadays, no teacher-student relation. You only teacher, student should learn from him. He has to get and more from the teachers. This is what is that the days are going up. So respect the teachers, respect the research scholar, and learn yourself. I wish that this particularly seminars, such seminars we are organizing, that students anywhere in the world, let them be alert and learn and come up in the life and not to cry in the future of the life because they didn't do these all things in the earlier age. If the earlier age miss it, if you are missing the train, you are missing it forever. This is the right age yours. Try to pick up the things. Because life is so long, you have to go survive and move every walk of life in a different form. So try to do this research and other things. There is a lot of scope is there. Still some more our VC Vice Chancellor was also telling he wants to organize some national level some seminar. That's what once he called and he said, I myself and Virapur sir, we went and told, we'll definitely will try to help you. No, in the sense our experience, whatever we have, where to do these things, seminars and other things, why these are arranged, even a piece of your knowledge, if you are passing it, that will help the country. So I wish all the students who are participants who are offline or online, plus our faculty members, great success and do some better things for us so that you remember, you always should say that it is your product of Gupta College of Commerce. This is what is my, today we are happy. Kamble sir was also telling, he is also product of Commerce, Gupta College of Commerce. So like this, we have to be proud from where we came out and see the keep of name. Okay, thank you very much. I wish all the success.
Thank you, sir. Days pass by, and the only thing that remains are beautiful memories. I request Shri SP Joshi sir to present a memento to our chief guest, Dr. H.Y. Kamble, Director, College Development Cell, Rani Channamma University, Belgavi, as a token of respect. Thank you, sir. I request Dr. H. Virapur, Principal KLS GCC, to present a memento to Shri SP Joshi sir, President of today's program, GC on GCC, MCOM BBA BCA.
By giving this, you are making me outsider. I should go out.
Thank you, sir. There is an end for everything, but we believe that there is never an end, but always a beginning. Thus, to conclude for today, now I request our director, Dr. Shrikant Sugur, to propose the vote of thanks.
Good morning, respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. We have come to the end of inaugural session of the 3 days national level webinar, Student Development Program on Research Methodology, a Skill Building Approach. It is my privilege as director to extend a vote of thanks to all the dignitaries and invitees. We have the honor of the presence of Dr. H.Y. Kamble sir, Director, College Development Cell, RCU, Belgavi, as the chief guest of this inaugural session. He has been very kind to accept our invitation to inaugurate and deliver inaugural speech. On behalf of the department, college, and management, I am pleased to extend heartfelt thanks to Dr. H.Y. Kamble sir. Thank you, sir. We are very happy, much honored to be blessed by Shri SP Joshi sir, Chairman for MCOM, BBA and BCA, as President of this program. It is my honor to extend respectful thanks to sir on behalf of the department and college. Thank you, sir. Student development program of this nature would not have been successful with vision and a constant support of our beloved principal, Dr. H. Virapur sir. I take this opportunity to extend a wholehearted thanks on behalf of the department and college. Thank you, sir. Professor Gamanayak sir, IQAC coordinator, GCC, has always encouraged us in taking up our departmental activities. On behalf of the department, I extend sincere vote of thanks to him, sir. Thank you, sir. On behalf of the department and college, I profusely thank Principal Dr. J.K. Kittur sir, GIT, for extending technical support to this program in his absence. Thank you, sir. Our sincere thanks to HOI, HOD, coordinators present over here. Thank you. I sincerely thank all the participants online and offline on this occasion. I also thank Coordinator, MCOM Department, Dr. Harshal Tamankar, for his active support for the program. It gives me immense pleasure to thank SDP Program Coordinator, Dr. Neeta S. Rao, Srimati Zavalkar, and Lata Suvarnekar for their contribution in organizing this event. I also thank Ms. Vijeta Sheth and all the non-teaching staff for their support. On this occasion, special thanks to Professor Prakash Deshpande, Mr. Santosh Navgekar, Mr. Sandeep Hallur, Mr. Anand Shanbag for providing technical support for the program. Our heartfelt thanks to all the students of our department for the active involvement and the participation. Thank you. Last but not the least, it is my duty to thank all the present who have directly and indirectly supported us in organizing this event. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. I request everyone to rise for the national anthem.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you. To research and research process will begin very shortly. I request all the online participants to stay connected and even those who have joined us offline. Thank you.
Dear students, we'll start the program in another 2 minutes. Your attention, please. All of you, please be seated. Those who are joining us online, please sit in a place uh, which is good for you, which is peaceful, so that you will not have any disturbance. So we'll start the program in 2 minutes. all my dear participants who are joining us online as well as offline. It's a pleasure as well as honor to me to introduce a distinguished personality who is a well-known scholar in Belgavi and entire North Karnataka, Dr. A.B. Kalkundrikar, sir. Dr. Anil B. Kalkundrikar has a master's degree in economics with gold medal and PhD in commerce. He entered the most respected and holy profession of teaching long back in 1972. He served in this very institution, that is Gupte College of Commerce, and became principal of the college in the year 2005 and continued up to 2008. In between, he went to KLS IMER as director from October 1997 till March 2003 on deputation. After his retirement as principal of Gupte College, he, he again went to IMER as director in the year 2008 and served up to May 2011. From July 2011, he served as coordinator of MBA program in Rani Chennamma University, Belgavi. Sir has authored 15 books. To name a few, RRBs in Karnataka is his PhD thesis, export management, managerial economics, banking law and practice, Indian economics, a modern approach. Like that, he has authored 15 books and he has published 22 research articles in various journals. He has been a life member of various bodies, associations, and councils. Sir was on the BOS of Goa University, Vishweshwaraya Technical University, Karnataka University, Dharwad, Rani Chennamma University, Belgavi, and Goa University. Sir is a recognized research guide for Karnataka University, Dharwad, YCMOU, Nasik, and Goa University. 26 scholars were awarded PhD under his guidance and 4 from YCMOU Nasik. He has also attended many workshops, conferences, and seminars and training sessions. Of course, his introduction runs into pages, so I have taken a very few of them. So, with this introduction, I welcome Dr. Kalkundrikar sir and I request Zavalkar madam to present a flower to sir as a token of love. Before we begin, some instructions to the students. All the students are requested to keep a notebook and pen with them. Make notes wherever you feel necessary and important. If you have any questions, please type in the chat box. This instruction is for the online students. And those who want to ask questions themselves can raise their hand, and after the resource person completes the lecture, we will give you a chance to ask questions to the resource person himself. And those who are present here in this lecture hall can also ask questions or doubts after the session is over. We'll give you 10 to 15 minutes for question answer session. So with these words, I welcome Dr. A.B. Kalkundrikar sir and I invite him to take the podium. Thank you.
Friends, I am happy to be with you this morning to share some of my thoughts on a research methodology, particularly the research process. Research is an important part of a dynamic society. The growth of any society depends upon the research and innovation carried out in that country. Take the example of Japan, Germany, USA. All these countries owe their development to research and innovation. Research requires an aptitude towards research. You should have passion towards research. Unless you have passion, unless you have liking, unless you have aptitude towards research, you will not be successful in research. So you have to develop, as students, you must develop this skill of developing research aptitude in you. And for this reason, the modern curriculum in the universities focuses on giving you some field work, field studies, mini projects, internship, project work. All these are meant to develop some research aptitude in you. They should be taken very seriously. Most of us do the projects, internship only for doing sake. We just go to some organization, try to copy paste some certain things here and there and say that our project is over. Now this should not be the case. You have to take it very seriously. Research is a very serious activity. Now what is a research? Research is an urge of human brain to re-examine, re-understand, reinterpret the behavior of a certain phenomena. You are not going to do an innovation in itself, but research means you are trying to reinterpret, re-examine, and re-understand the things that are existing around you. Research contributes to the knowledge, it adds to the store of knowledge, it widens the horizons of knowledge, and therefore we must try to know what research is and what is the process through which we have to conduct a research. Now you are re-examining a phenomena, and therefore what exactly is the research? Research has three dimensions. One is a creative thinking. Second dimension is critical thinking. And the third one is discovery of truth. By creativity, critically analyzing the things, you ultimately aim at reaching the truth. So the objective of research is discovering the truth. And to discover the truth, you have to develop creativity. And in young minds, your minds are inquiring minds, and therefore you have that kind of creativity in your mind. That potential we have to explore, and for that you'll have to do research. So creativity, critical analysis, and ultimately discovering the truth. Now what do you actually get by research? The research will help you in intellectual sharpening. Once you develop that attitude, intellectually you will become more competent. Intellectual sharpening will happen if you do the research. Similarly, you can develop new ideas, evolve new theories out of your research. When you make a beginning now, somewhere you will end up with developing a new theory, a new approach towards life, new approach towards solving the problem. So research ultimately helps you in solving the problem. It gives you new knowledge. It helps you in understanding the things in a better perspective, and it contributes to the economic, socio-economic development of the country. In America, the research is given prominence next only to nuclear science. Even in nuclear science, they go on doing a lot of research. Now, after this pandemic, lot of research took place in the cancer hospitals in America. They also did in biomedical sciences lot of research. Now, whenever there is a problem, people look at the researchers, the professionals, the experts, and therefore, if you develop that aptitude for research, you will be one of them. You will contribute immensely to the growth of the society. Now, with these three dimensions in mind, let us see how do we proceed in the research. What is the exact process of the research? The first step in the research is the selection of a research problem. The second step is the review of literature. The third stage is setting the objectives and formulating hypotheses. Then fourth is the research design or blueprint of your research. Fifth is the collection of data. Sixth is the classification and editing of data. Then seventh is analysis and interpretation of data. After analysis and interpretation of data, you will come to some conclusions, findings and conclusions of your report or your thesis. And ultimately, you will write a report about the study that you have done. And this report is not only to be kept in the shelves of the library, but it is to be sent to the concerned authorities as policy inputs. Your research should be realistic. It should be relevant to the societal needs. And if you do a research and submit a report to the government or to the concerned agencies, it will provide them a lot of inputs in making a policy for the country. So all policies are made based on the research and innovation. They are not just written documents, but they are based on certain data. They are based on some research that is done. There are groups, there are agencies, there are government agencies, non-government agencies. They all continue to do the research. You must have heard of Center for Monitoring Indian Economy, CMI. They do a lot of research about the industry, about the economy, and their results are used for policy making. There is a National Institute of Applied Economics. So they also conduct a research. There is an Indian Council of Social Science Research. There are a lot of agencies. And there is a lot of funding also for research, of which we are not aware. If you want to carry out a research, you will also get a financial help from some of these agencies which want young people to do some research. So, in this way, there are various stages through which you have to conduct a research. Now, let us focus on the first step, selection of a research problem. Now, the mistake that we commit is we confuse with the topic of research and the problem of research. The topic of research is a broad area in which you want to do research, like agriculture, banking, industry, entrepreneurship. So sectoral areas are there, different areas are there, different domains are there, and that becomes a topic. Within the topic, you'll have a lot of problems. From that, you'll have to choose one research problem. And research problem is always a question. A question comes to your mind when you read some background material, and that question itself becomes your problem. Now, how do I get my problem? Now, many people, when we ask you to do some research, you go to your teachers, you go to your guides, and ask on what topic I shall conduct the research. Now, he cannot give you a topic simply because it depends upon your interest, your passion. Supposing I have done I have studied economics. My interest area is public finance. Now, if I want to do research, I must first collect the background material. And nowadays, you have a lot of material available. We are living in a knowledge century. The knowledge is growing exponentially. Every day, there is an addition to the store of knowledge. And you have to first identify the area, identify the topic, identify the domain. Then start reading about it. And by reading, you'll have to find out which area or which particular dimension of the problem, dimension of that topic interests you for conducting a research. Now, if it is banking, you would concentrate on, let us say, NPAs. You will concentrate on customer service. Or if it is entrepreneurship, nowadays we have startups, we have incubation centers, we are encouraging innovation. Innovation centers are being established. Now, there is a lot of things on which you can do research. It's not only confined to a particular industry or an organization. It is only to train you, we send you to some industry. But that is not all a research. Research is something beyond that. Even in industry, if you identify some particular problem which they are facing and provide them a solution, that will be a great contribution you will be making. And therefore, while identifying a problem, first select the area in which you want to do the research, maybe marketing, maybe finance, maybe HR, and then try to go through the various dimensions of that particular topic and identify a problem. Now, where do I get this problem? Where do I get some information, some inputs for the problem? The first thing is you must have read a lot of theories. You have studied a lot of theories in the classroom. You have read a lot of theories in the library. Now, these theories can give you some clue towards doing a research. They can provide you some clue for a problem. So, read the theories thoroughly. And when you read the theories thoroughly, you are likely to get some dimension on which you can do the research. Now, MSMEs are there. So, say they provide about 80% of the production in the country. They contribute to the exports of the country. They earn foreign exchange. They provide a lot of employment to the people. But still, after 70 years, they have no stability which they require. They have still problems. Now, how do we address those problems? MSMEs. So, how do they get the finance? What are their difficulties in getting a finance? How their production can be increased? Now, many small organizations are there. They are able to produce the things, but they are not able to market them. How do you help them in marketing? Now, these days we are talking about digital marketing. We are talking about e-commerce. Now, these portals can help you in knowing what problems are there. Even in e-commerce, you have problems. When you order a particular commodity, you are not certain that you will get the same quality product through mail or through some other ways. Now, this identification is necessary. So, if you learn some theories provide you a background material. And don't neglect theories. Now, some people talk about only practice, but this practice is evolved out of theory, or the practice gives you a new theory. And therefore, theories you must read. Whatever theories are taught to you in the class, you must concentrate on them and find out what is a fine dimension you can choose out of that. Then secondly, you should be a good observer to be a researcher. You should keep on observing what is going on around you, day-to-day problems. Now, day-to-day, we have a number of problems. We were in lockdown for 3 months. We had a pandemic for 6 months. Our economy was going down. It went down by 23.6%. And we had a lot of problems. Our problems were mainly related to health. And we never bothered earlier about health. But these 3 months have taught you a lesson how to manage your health. Now, to manage your health, what needs to be done? You need to do exercise, you need to build your immunity, and it is the immunity which has saved the Indians. Even abroad, our relatives, our friends who are working abroad, amongst the foreigners, they are the people who were not affected much. But the people who were affected much was of the progressive societies, so-called progressive societies. Now this is because of the immunity. Now how to boost this immunity? What things are available? How do we manage our health? And I'm happy that I see many youngsters now taking care about their health. Now this is a lesson we have learned from the lockdown. We have learned to live together. We were spread across. Somebody was doing job elsewhere. Parents were alone in the house. Sons, daughters were all abroad. Now all of them were brought together by the lockdown. Now this is a learning. And research is nothing but go on learning and learning. Learn and de-learn. Now this has taught us a lesson. We have learned so many things. Living together, coming back in a family, and you have come to know what is the value of a joint family, which we were forgetting then. Now you can do a research on any of these dimensions. How this helped people to rebuild their relationships, human relationships. An HR fellow can do it. How interpersonal relationships improved because of the lockdown. So every event in your life, day-to-day life, gives you one problem on which you can do a research if you are a good observer. Keep on observing. Around you, there are multiple problems. We have a problem in the public distribution system. We have a problem in the voting system. We have a problem in the electoral roles of our country. We have a problem about food supplies. Though we grow a lot of food, it doesn't reach to the last man in our country. Electricity is a problem. We have a lot of problems. Power is a problem. We have found alternative now, solar energy. A bridge is constructed and entire bridge is now based on the solar energy. Entire lighting in the tunnel is of the solar energy. We are finding out non-conventional, conventional energies. Now there are various areas. What I am trying to say is day to day you will find a number of problems on which you can definitely do the research. Simple thing, there is a competition in the market. Milk market, for example, a simple example. There are 16 brands that are sold in the city. Now, out of these 16 brands, which is surviving, which has got a major market share? How do they develop their strategies? What strategy brings them success? A marketing fellow can do this. So, day-to-day problems always provide you the inputs for doing the research. Only thing is you keep on observing what is going on. The smart city works are going on. There are problems that we are all facing. How do we address those problems? Why we are facing a problem? There is a money, there is a work going on, but there is no planning. Proper planning is not there, proper execution is not there. External agencies are involved. Now all this, it is a problem which you can study. So there are abundant day-to-day problems from which you can select one particular problem for your study out of interest. Don't look at the curriculum. Curriculum is one part. Another part, in the years to come, you must have certain special skills which will provide you a job. As a researcher, you can get a job in some research agencies. So that skill you can develop. You can find out one problem and out of interest, you can have a group of 2 or 3 students, do a research, small research, write a paper, and that will develop interest in you. So day-to-day problems are there. The third thing is technological advancement. Technology is also growing. So there is a growth in technology. You know how technology has grown these days. Every day there is some change in technology. How do we manage changes in technology? So In certain universities, we have prescribed technology management as a subject. Now, how do we manage the changing technology? How do we focus on technology? What will be the technology after 10 years? In technology, today the problem was of your WhatsApp. The WhatsApp had declared a new policy where it has stated that privacy and other things will go. Everything we are going to monitor because they had certain problems. Suddenly, people started shifting to other apps like Telegram and Signal. The WhatsApp, the clients of WhatsApp came down very heavily. Within 24 hours, they changed their policy. And they said, we are not going to do that. The same old policy will continue. And they are now finding that those who have gone back to Telegram and Signal, they should come back to WhatsApp. Now, this is a problem. Why WhatsApp wanted to do that and why they have gone back. Now, this can be a problem for your study. It is a change in technology. So, similarly, there are changes in technology. Smartphones have come, tabs have come, new devices have come, and how these new devices are replacing the old devices. Now, a day may come when you may not require a TV set in your house. Only mobile can give you all functions that are necessary. All information in the world can be at the click of a button. This is a change in technology. So technology, there are many platforms on technology. There is a Facebook, there is a Twitter, there is a WhatsApp, there is a Signal, there is a Telegram, there is a Instagram. You will find number of blogs. Many people write the blogs on that, and they are more informative. They write on a new thing which they have discovered. So all these will give you information. Only thing is you must keep your eyes open and have observational mind. If you keep on observing, now we are sitting here, how many people are there, what people are doing, that also can be an observation. How many people actually pay attention to the lectures like this? How many people like the presentations? Now, this can be a problem. And as per our study, only 20 minutes you can be more attentive to a lecture. And after 20 minutes, you will start roaming somewhere else. You are in the classroom physically, but mentally you are somewhere else. So this kind of a observation can be made, and there are a lot of problems that you have in technology also these days. Changing technology can be a challenge, and this can give you a problem. So technology is there, day-to-day problems are there, theories are there, and there are contemporary issues. New issues have emerged. Have you never thought about uncertainty in life, which this pandemic gave you? Pandemic COVID-19 brought a lot of uncertainty in our life. But have we ever thought that there will be an uncertainty in our life? So it is a contemporary issue that we are facing. Not only India is facing, the whole world is facing. Amongst the world, India has done better in managing this as compared to the progressive societies of the world, highly developed societies of the world. In countries like America, countries like Europe, they are not able to control the pandemic as we have been able to do it. Now, this contemporary issue can give you a lot of inputs for doing a research. So research gives you a lot of clues, and therefore you must select a problem, a particular problem, which can help you in solving the problems of the society. So your aim should be relevant, relevant problems relevant to society you must identify. Problems relevant to economy you must identify, and help the policy makers in having a better policy so that all of us can live better, our lifestyle can improve, and this is the contribution which a researcher can make. So this is the first step in selection of a research problem. Distinguish between a topic and the problem, identify the problem, and for this First, look at the background literature, read the literature, observe around you, and find out what could be a problem. Now, second is the review of literature. Now, this is a missing link in our research. Most of our researchers avoid reviewing the literature. Now, this will be a support system for your research. Without review of literature, no research can be successful. Support literature is required. Now, people say, why do you review the literature? When you say that research is original, it is not a compilation of data or it is not a copy paste. Your original ideas must be there. But your original ideas will come only when you have some background material. And this literature will provide you background material because this literature is consisting of the studies made by the researchers previously, studies made by the professionals, made by the experts, made by the others, and this will provide you an input for identifying a proper problem. Now, while reviewing the literature, you will find there is a published literature and also unpublished literature. There are many people in the world who do research, but unfortunately, for some reasons, they are not able to publish it. But the value of that research is much more than what is already published. So we should not neglect unpublished literature also. Published literature is in the form of encyclopedia, yearbook, it could be in the form of journals, it could be in the forms of periodicals, it could be in the form of books on research that are published. Now ICSSR has published research in commerce and management. They have given abstracts of the research, and those 2-3 volumes will give you what kind of research is done in commerce and management. So those things are available. Periodicals are there, newspapers. Even newspapers carry sometimes wonderful articles, researched articles. So you must also look at these articles, periodicals, and these days you have digital platforms. So these digital platforms also will help you in reviewing, in getting the literature. And how do you review the literature? Now the literature is so vast. How do I identify the literature that is useful to me? Now so much knowledge explosion is there. We are in a knowledge society, every day knowledge is added. Then how do I identify it? The first thing what you have to do is, there is a strategy called as search for the literature. First thing is you must search for the literature. How do you search? Go to the library. There are bibliographical indexes are available. Accession register is available. There are indexes of all kinds, author-wise index, publisher-wise index. They are all available in the library, and hardly, it is very sad that not only students, even our faculty members don't go to the library. Library is a treasure of knowledge. Anything, everything you will find in the library. And the role of librarians is such that they must provide you a support in identifying this. Because they know, they work in this library, they know where is the literature available. In the Indian Institute of Ahmedabad, there was a librarian who worked for years, and it was at the tips of his fingers. Any book you ask, any reference you ask, immediately he used to provide you. That was the expertise he had developed in the library. So we must encourage librarians to do that. If you go to the library, he will become more expert. If you don't go to the library, he will be like you and me only. So we must also encourage librarians to do this job and search for the literature. If you go to the library, you will find we have added so many reference works there. I don't know what is the position now. And you see, even the divisional commissioner, when I was the principal here, divisional commissioner used to come to our library. He wanted some material for his orientation program he was going. Some new developments had taken place. Convertibility of rupee had come. and he wanted some material. He came to our library, we supported him. See, even anybody can come to your library if your library is rich. So search is important, searchlight. Now, as there are search engines in the digital platforms, you have to search here. You'll have to develop your search engines and find out what is there in the library. So library is a source, is a treasure of knowledge. Please make it a point to visit. My professor used to say, whether you read a book or not, go and find out what is that book, what is the cover page of that book. At least you will know that book is available in the library if you can't read it. So that is how you have to encourage yourself to develop contact with the library. There should be contact hours in the library. So search for the literature. So go through the bibliographical indexes, consult the librarian, consult your supervisors, and search for the literature. First, you have identified the area. On that area, there are many books. Search for those which will be helpful to your research. After searching that, what you have to do is, there are so many books. You cannot read each and every book. So you'll have to select out of that. So second strategy is selection. Searching the literature, selecting the literature. After selecting, you are not going to use everything that you have selected. It is so huge. In that, you'll have to extract what is necessary for you. Depending upon your topic, you will extract the information and write it down. Now, you'll have to develop one habit for this. When you go and refer a book, you must make a card and write down the name of the author, name of the book, the name of the publisher, year of publication, and the pages and the chapter which you are referring. If you make this type of a card and keep with you, or if you make a notebook and write alphabetically, author wise and the publisher wise, then at the end, when you write a report, this will help you. Otherwise, you will read, keep it there, and when you write a report, it is not available to you. So you should develop that habit of recording. So that is writing. We say search, select, extract, and write. So write down those things that will help you. Now, when you are looking at the literature, you must make a critical review. Therefore, I said it is not a copy paste. It is not what he has written you should write. You should make a reference to him and you should acknowledge which book you have referred, which journal you have referred. And by acknowledging that, critically analyze what research he has done or what he has done and what is missing there. What is missing there, we call it as research gap. So you'll have to identify the research gaps to justify why you have selected a particular problem. So to justify the selection of your problem, you have to identify research gaps by reading the literature. It is not reading for reading's sake. It is critically evaluating and finding out a research gap and relate it to the problem that you have selected. So this is in brief how you can take up this step of review of literature, and this is an important milestone in research. Whenever you want to do research, depend heavily on the review of literature, particularly historical and contemporary. Both you will have to look at. Then the third step is objectives, setting the objectives and formulation of hypothesis. Now your objectives will depend upon the research question that has come to your mind. After selecting a problem, after review of literature, many questions will emerge in your mind. And those questions can be converted into your objectives. Don't write too many objectives. Whether it is your research article, you can slowly start by writing research articles so that you will develop interest in research. And article can have 3-4 objectives, and a major research study can have maximum 5 to 6 objectives, not more than that. If you write more, you commit more. If you commit more, you are likely to come into trouble more. So best way is as precise as possible. Your objectives should be simple, they should be precise, and they should be easily understood, not complicated. You are not going to show the knowledge of your English. You are addressing a problem and it should be properly understood. Once you set the objectives, hypothesis. Hypothesis, hypo means less, hypothesis is a less than generally held view, or it is a presumption, it is an assumption, or it is a proposition. After objectives and problems, you can have a proposition, you can come to some conclusion and establish a relationship between two or more variables and write down the hypothesis. There can be two types of hypothesis. One is null hypothesis, another is alternative hypothesis. Null hypothesis is in the negative form and alternative is always in a positive form. Now, why do you want to have hypothesis? Hypothesis has to be validated. Validated by using statistical methods. So, as a researcher, you should have a background knowledge of statistics. You should have some elementary knowledge of statistics, not very advanced. Nowadays, there are statistical softwares available, but statisticians also can help you in this. But you should have a basic knowledge of statistics at least. So, basic knowledge of statistics will help you in validating the hypothesis, either it is approved or it is rejected. And once you have objective and hypothesis and you state your problems, always you must write down your problem in precise words, simple words, clear words. Clarity of thoughts is very important in research. No ambiguity, no confusion, only clarity of thinking will help you. Write down the statement of the problem. And then you have a research design. Now, research design is a blueprint. It is a plan of your research in simple words. Before you start doing a research, you must write down the plan of research. When you construct a house, want to construct a house, you go to an architect or an engineer. He will give you a plan as to how you should build your house. Now you also know 4 walls can construct a house. But why do you go to him? You want to construct it systematically. So research is a systematic activity. So you have to plan. How do you plan? What is your problem? What methodology you are going to follow? Or how are you going to validate your hypothesis? What statistical methods you are going to use? What is the time frame you are using? What is the budget you have? All these details, what will be the chapter scheme? How are you going to explain your whole study? So all these points will be covered in a research plan. It is like any other plan you have to prepare a plan which is called as research design. There are various types of research designs, and you have to consult a book on research methodology. I would advise you to go through the book on research methodology by C.M. Kothari. Now that is one of the best books which will tell you about what research is about, how do you carry out your research, and how do you ultimately write your report. So consult some, there are many other books also, very good books on research methodology. There was one small book published by Karnataka University called as Research Lectures on Research Methodology by M.H. Gopal, one of the stalwarts in research. In those days, this book was published by university by only costing 2 rupees. Now it is not available anywhere, out of stock. If you get it only in university, you can get a copy of it and keep it in the library. This is one of the best books for a beginner of the researcher. Research Lectures in Research Methodology by M.H. Gopal. Somewhere in 60s he gave lectures. So the research design has to be prepared. And once you prepare a research design, next step is collection of data. This is an important step in research. You are collecting a data. There are 2 types of data. If you read statistics, you will come to know about this. There is a primary data and secondary data. Primary data is which you go and collect from the field from the original source. Whereas secondary data is derived from the already published works. Already studies have been done and you have a data available readily. And you have to have about data, you have to take one care. Data should be authentic, data should be accurate, and data should be relevant to your study. There will be a lot of data available, but all data is not useful to you. There is a lot of irrelevant data. So relevant data, accurate data, and authentic data should be there. So this, if you get, you will get the primary data by either canvassing a question, canvassing an interview schedule, or by giving a structured questionnaire, sending it by mail. Now there is a difference between questionnaire and interview schedule. It also consists of questions only, but questionnaire can be a structured one, unstructured one, and this can be open-ended, close-ended. This can be mailed to the people and they would respond to it. But it depends upon how people respond. Our experience in NAC, student satisfaction survey, is conducted by NAC directly by taking all your information from us. And we are finding there is a very poor response to this because they send it mail and many people don't open their mail or they forget their password. As a result, response rate is very low. But interview schedule, you will personally go with the questions, ask the questions, and you will record it. So there is no confusion. Whatever answer you are expecting, you can record it there. So in my view, interview schedule is much better than the questionnaire because the response rate will be much better in interview schedule than the questionnaire. This is for primary data. Secondary data is available through various published and unpublished sources. Authenticity you must take into account. There are reports of the government reports are there, committee reports are there, government reports are there, publications of Reserve Bank of India are there, publications of various agencies are there. So you should develop habit of reading those journals, periodicals, and you will be able to collect lot of data. So collection of data is one part. After you collect the data, you will have to classify the data because this is a raw data you have collected. This raw data has to be converted in a proper form. You have to classify it. How do you classify it? In a tabular form, in a graphic analysis you will make, you will develop the graphs, you will develop the tables, you will classify it according to various variables like age, like education. So many things you will consider, variables you will consider and classify the data. So classification has to be perfect. And once you classify the data, you can develop a system of coding in that. When you classify the data, apply coding. And after coding, you can edit it because all data is not useful. Coding can be done, editing can be done, and you can systematically classify the data, arrange it in a proper way. So this will help you in next step, that is analysis and interpretation. So you have to analyze the data, interpret the data. So analysis and interpretation is the next step. So once you analyze and interpret this data, what this data contains, what it gives you, what is the inference you are drawing from this. So once you analyze it, critically evaluate it, you will be able to get some findings. So once you analyze and interpret this data, you will get the findings. So you will generalize findings and conclusions of your study. And once you have findings and conclusions of your study, you'll have to write a report. Now, as the first step is important in selecting a problem, this last step is also important, that is report writing. How do you write a report? Now, report may be classified into sections. One is a preliminary section. Second is the main body of the study. Third could be concluding remarks. and fourth could be bibliography. What references? Bibliography is a reference section. What references you have used? So these four parts will be there in a report. Now, when you write a report, you should write it in a simple, clear, understandable language. Once you write, the report cannot be finalized in one draft because English is a foreign language. Though we say that we have studied in English medium, we know English, still we really don't know English. And therefore, we should always prepare the draft, first draft, second draft, consult a language expert. There is nothing wrong in learning from others. Einstein once said, I learn from everyone when I come in contact with a person. Einstein's driver, by listening to Einstein's lectures, became very expert. Once it so happened, Einstein was invited for a lecture and he was not well. He told his driver that I am not well and what is to be done. Then driver said, don't worry sir, I have listened to your lecture so many times. I will do your job. He took him to the place and nobody knew who Einstein is. So this fellow was he was properly dressed up and he went there. People thought that he first went there. People thought that he is Einstein. So they welcomed him and he gave a lecture like an Einstein only because he had learned so many things from him. And he gave a lecture and he became successful. People did not know who Einstein is, but Einstein's lecture went up to them. Now this is the advantage of drafting, redrafting, consulting your mentor or consulting your literature expert or language expert. There is nothing wrong. Even our PhD thesis, we gave it to a language expert. Errors somewhere here and there, we need to correct them. There is always a more status you get when you consult somebody else. Then, because there are many people who are more knowledgeable than us. So we must look at them. And therefore you should consult a language expert when you write it, after you write a report and then finalize. Don't finalize the report in one draft. You have to acknowledge the sources that you have used in writing a report properly and you have to finalize the report. After finalizing the report, don't keep it with you. Please, report is for communicating it to others. It's not written only for your sake. You have to communicate your findings, communicate your report of the study to the concerned people. If you are doing a PhD, it may be university. If you are writing a report for the public, it may be a public authority. If you are writing about policy measures, it will be a government. Send it, whether they use it or not. You must send that report so that it will be used sometimes. Now, national education policy was prepared. It was prepared by getting inputs from all experts and others. Even common people have given their inputs. So this will help in policy making. So don't keep the report with yourself. Give the report, submit the report to the concerned authorities so that it will be used for a proper purpose. This is a century of innovation and creativity. So all of you must develop a creative mind, develop creativity in you, develop critical thinking in you, discover the truth. Now, to do all this, there are some characteristics required by a researcher. I will end up my speech by referring to those characteristics. One is the honesty. A researcher has to be honest to the core. Do not copy anything from others. Be honest to yourself. Honesty is a great virtue in research. So be honest. Second is integrity. Integrity is you collect a lot of information which is confidential. Don't divulge it with any other person. Keep it confidential. They give you information for academic purpose. It should be kept confidential. Don't share it with anyone. That integrity you must have. People should believe you. They should trust you. That trust you have to develop by maintaining your integrity. Then the third thing that you require is courage. You must be bold enough to say that this is correct and this is wrong. Just because you are submitting it to government, don't say that everything that they have done is correct. They are also human beings like you and me. The government is not a machine. Government consists of people. So be courageous, be bold in telling that this what you have done is wrong, this you need to do, and this is what you have done is correct. So be courageous. And the most important thing is our researchers are always in a hurry. Research is an unhurried activity. Don't run. Walk slowly and your research will be much better. The quality research we want, not research for research sake. The quality can come when you are not hurriedly doing anything. You should do it with a proper space. This doesn't mean that you should go very slow, do the research for 15 years, 20 years, not like that. Timeline should be there, but you should not be unnecessarily hurrying up in doing research. It should be an unhurried activity. So honesty, integrity, courage, and unhurried activity. So the process of research starts with the selection of a problem and ends with submission of your report. I have tried to share many inputs regarding research process. I hope I have reached every one of you. And if you have any questions, I will be very happy to answer them. Thank you very much for inviting me here and doing this honor. In fact, I had a recorded cassette which I wanted to share, but your organizers wanted me to come here personally and talk to you. I enjoyed talking to you. Thanks a lot for your patient hearing.
I request the participants, if you have any questions, please ask the questions. Those who are in the lecture hall, anybody has a question or any doubt? Those who are online can raise their hand. There is an option to raise hand, or you can chat your question or doubt in the chat box. So no questions? Sir,
Question. So findings have to be generic and the conclusion have to be, sorry, findings have to be specific and conclusion has to be generic, sir. Which one of that? Like when we are writing our findings, sir, after analysis and interpretation.
Findings will be generalizations of your study. And conclusions will be from those generalizations. What is your conclusion? What is that you want to suggest?
So like when we are writing our findings, should we be specific about our analysis or it should be, we have to relate it to general topics?
sir, I have a question. Sir, suppose if literature is not available, for example, now the pandemic is all new to us. So suppose if anybody wants to do a research work in any of the area of this COVID-19, probably research literature may not be available.
Research literature is available in a limited way. Not that there is zero literature.
Limited.
Because once the pandemic came, a lot of studies were conducted. And literature is available, particularly the researchers who wanted to discover the medicine, vaccination. They have developed a lot of the economy. There is some literature available, but it may not be as huge as other literature, other areas where literature is available. So, limited literature is available, contemporary is there. Now, this you can relate to similar diseases in the past. That literature is available. In the Second World War, we had a plague. Similar situation was there. Vaccination was not there. Medical facilities were not there. That time also they have faced. Now that you can take as a support literature, compare it with the contemporary limited literature.
Thank you, sir.
I have one question. Sir, at times when we go for a PhD interview, we have one particular area of interest in our mind. And later on, in case when they're interviewing us, when they ask our area of interest, at times it so happens that our topic which we want to do is already done by some other else. So in that case, are there chances that they will say that you have to change the topic, or are there any option or scope that you can dig and do something else better? What is there in the existing topic?
So the first thing is, when you select a topic, you have to ensure that there is no study conducted on this topic which you have taken, on this particular problem which you have taken. This problem can be looked at from a different angle. If somebody has done already, you can add some other dimension and do it. If somebody has done this, say in a study area, Narwad would be study area, yes. You can take Belgaum Municipal Corporation as a study area and do the study by changing some variables and also adding some new dimensions to that. So this care has to be taken when you select a problem. University News publishes the theses which are already submitted and theses which are in progress. So you'll get a clue whether the same topic is being done. Then I refer to a book by ICSS on commerce and management. So on what areas they have done. So excluding that, or if that same area you are taking, some other dimension you can discuss. So this problem will not come. And for that now what we have done is in the many universities, there is a doctoral where first presentation you make, at that time only suggestions are made. Whether this is already done or you want to make some changes. Experts will suggest you the changes, even wording of your title and all that. So that we have taken care of. Another thing you should remember is there is a plagiarism check these days. If you are doing a PhD or even if you write a project report, plagiarism check is there. There is a software through which plagiarism check is made. How much you have copied. Copying, see, you cannot say zero copying, but some limit is there, up to 5%, 10%, 20% is allowed. But if you have 80%, then it is not accepted. So that care also has to be taken, plagiarism check. Without plagiarism check, thesis is not accepted by the universities.
Sir, one question is there online. It is from Priyanka Yadav. Sir, I have a doubt in literature review. After reading many articles and journals, how do I start writing the review of literature for synopsis?
So I have given you a strategy. See, in the review of literature, I have given you a strategy of how to review the literature. Now, just by reading, suddenly you cannot go on writing a synopsis. So, first, you will have to search for the literature which is relevant to your study. Second, you'll have to select from that search which is more relevant to your study. Then take out whatever is necessary and whatever is unnecessary, give it up. Extract, we call it. After that, you have to write down what literature is actually is useful for your study, and then write down the synopsis. But if you just read a book and start writing a synopsis, that is not the correct method. So first follow this procedure: search, then select, then extract, and then write. That will solve your problem. Don't jump suddenly from reading to writing a synopsis. So that is not the correct method of reviewing the literature. Any other thing?
Sir, I have another doubt. Sir, one of my friends had a very surprising opinion about the researches in social sciences. He says whatever researches are done in pure science are only useful for the society. Whatever researches are done in social science are only to get the degrees and not for the benefit of the society. What is your opinion?
There are two ways of looking at the social science research. One is a degree oriented research, which you referred. We do research only for getting a degree, PhD, MPhil, whatever it is. But there is another research which is relevant to society. So I have been emphasizing you must do a research which is relevant to societal needs. To solve the problems of the society, social scientists in other countries, they do a lot of research which is useful for solving the societal problems. But in our country, we have developed a trend only to do a degree oriented research. Not only that, once you get a degree, I find hardly people do further research. They don't do any other research once they get the degree. Even they forget what thesis they have written. Now that kind of a research we have developed, that should go. Therefore, I am emphasizing societal needs, societal problems should be addressed, and you must have a creative and innovative mind. You are going to build the country, rebuild the nation in future. So that creativity, that innovation should help us, and that kind of research you should do. Even after PhD, the postdoctoral research you should continue. You should keep on doing research. Whether you have a degree or not, nobody will stop you from doing a research. We read in the newspapers, 14-year boy discovered something. Now that is kind of a research that he has been doing. That mindset is there. Use that mindset, develop that mindset that will help you. Don't do research only for getting a degree. Do research for solving problems. Our Prime Minister also is emphasizing on innovation and creativity, and that kind of research you must undertake. Anything else? We call it a day. So thank you very much for your positive response, and I hope I have given you a lot of material for doing a research, and now you can think of starting doing a small research in a small way, not necessarily very big project or all that. Take up some small social problem, do a field study, and with the help of your faculty, try to write small article, and if you succeed in that, you will automatically develop further interest and you will become a researcher. This is a nation which requires researchers, innovators, and therefore our hope is the young generation. So you have to take up this responsibility. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Sir has taken us through the entire process of research step by step. Sir has also enumerated the various characteristics a research scholar should possess. Sir has explained how a research should be conducted in a proper manner with clear and unambiguous objectives. Sir has given satisfying answers to all our queries and doubts. I extend my gratitude to Sir on behalf of MCOM section and Research Center of Gupte College of Commerce and on behalf of all the participants online and offline. Thank you very much, sir. With this, the first session will end here. I request all the participants to stay online for further announcement about the next session. Thank you.
Participants, the second session will begin shortly in another 5 minutes. So we will take a break of 5 minutes and we will begin with the second session. So please stay connected.
Respected resource person, Chitti Shubhamar Madam, my dear students, offline as well as online. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce Kirti Madam. Kirti Madam is very known to us. Whenever we call for any program, without hesitation, she accepts our invitation. For students' sake, I would like to introduce Kirti Madam. Madam has completed her master's degree in industrial sociology as well as human resource management. And Madam has done her postgraduate diploma in industrial relations and personnel management as well as in public relations. Madam has completed her PhD in the area of human resource management in the NGO sector and diploma in corporate social responsibility from National University of Judicial Sciences, Kolkata. She has undergone intensive training in industrial relations and CSR at Gurgaon. She is an accredited management teacher from All India Management Association and a Dale Carnegie certified teacher. Madam is also a certified uh, trainer for prevention of sexual harassment. Madam is interested. Madam is interested in the subjects of HRM, organizational behavior, entrepreneurship development, as well as strategic management, which already you have learned. Madam's academic achievements are she has authored several case studies and even published her case studies in national as well as in international publications. She is a recipient of a grant by AICTE for developing case studies in CSR and grants to develop case studies in entrepreneurship by ISB Hyderabad. She received the Best Case Study Award by Amity Business School at KS Revonan and the Best Paper Award at PIM Indore. Madam is also awarded with a Best Women Achiever by our Karnataka Law Society and also as Best Educator Award from Srimati Ahalyabai Appandauda Patil College of Arts and Commerce for Women from Chikodi. Madam is a trainer for many of the management as well as organizations like Bajaj Electricals, West Coast Paper Mills, um, Mineral Technological Private Limited, and many more. Madam has conducted several workshops for women entrepreneurs and trained more than 54 entrepreneurs in branding, scaling up, display, planting, motivation, soft skill, and presentation. Madam's interest is in promoting awareness about cyber study for young girls and women has taken her all over Karnataka, where she has delivered about 50 lectures all over the schools as well as colleges in this regard. So with this, I welcome Kirti Shukumar Madam from our INR Institute to present a lecture on sampling techniques. I request Professor Lata Sonikar to present. Welcome you, madam. Madam, can stand? Yeah. They say that better you should stand over here and only speak. Yeah. Madam, you can sit. Yes, can sit. By sitting, right? Yes. Which one you prefer? I'll stand. You'll stand. Yeah. Then madam need to stand over here only. Yes.
Okay, you want me to, okay, because it's online. And
Yeah. Both no, madam.
Okay. I'll sit down.
Yeah. There it is.
I have sent my presentation.
Yes.
Yeah.
This one only.
Okay.
It's open.
The second PPT. Okay, I'll take it.
I will just remove this one.
Yes. Yes.
Turn on the online participants wants to see.
Yes.
Should we change the slide today?
No, I'll do it. We'll just put the slides show. I'll do it there. Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. Can we close this door so that I can see them?
Madam, even it is online.
Yeah, thanks. But if you have some other questions, no issues. Right, can we, this is a new thing for us, online and offline. Of course, the past few months have taught us a lot of stuff. What is research? Any idea? Because this is a workshop on research, no? What is research? Anybody? Okay, there is an objective, and to achieve that objective, you want to collect some information. Okay, right. In research, we don't call it information, we call it as data. See, let's differentiate between data and information. Suppose I tell you it's very hot today. It's just information that anybody can tell. You don't need to be wise, or you don't need, some scientific person to tell you. It's not rocket science. Even if you, little child will do like this, and you will understand that it is hot. All right. If I say yesterday it was 35 degrees and today it is 36 degrees, it is still information, because this even your phone will tell you 4 degrees warmer than yesterday and so on. Then suppose you collect the temperature over a week, it is still information. Suppose you collect the data over a week and then say, because we have seen the trend of the temperature from the past 1 week, next week it is going to be very hot, so we cannot wear blazer. I know your management won't allow that, but I'm just saying, it is difficult. No? So, we will not be able to do something. So, making a decision based on the information you have got will actually help call this data. When you learn how to apply it and utilize it, that's when you are going to do research. On a very jocular note, when you copy something without giving credits, like Bappi does, that is called plagiarism, right? I'm sure in all your theses and all it is there. Plagiarism means copying without permission. But when you copy from many sources and put it in an intelligent way, it becomes research. But today we have plagiarism software, so you can't do that, right? So before we understand what are the, how to design a questionnaire, how to use that questionnaire properly, and so on and so forth, we'll look at some very basic terminology, very basic terminology called population, sample, and then we will come to what is sampling. Okay, we all know population generally refers to a huge sum of people or the number of people who are there. But in research, some of the things that you'll have to understand about population and sample before we go to sampling techniques as such is, see, when we are talking about sampling, the whole, why we are doing this workshop itself is, see, if you do not understand what your sample is, you are not going to achieve your objective. So let us say we are doing a research on the impact of online teaching. Suppose I go and conduct it with your parents. If I think your parents are the sample, it may be correct because I have said impact of online teaching. Yes, impact of online teaching on the mothers, because half the time mothers are sitting in front of the PC in the houses. So then we can say, okay, but suppose I say impact of online teaching on MCOM students. Now what we have done? We have defined the population. Okay, and very clearly we have defined MCOM students. And how many MCOM students may be there in Belgaum itself? Let us say 2000 students. I don't know, but I'm just saying, suppose, can you study all 2000 students? One way, yes, we can say we will give us a questionnaire to your department and your faculty will share it amongst all of you. So that way it is possible. But is it going to be so easy to do it in so many other places? So we can say impact of online teaching on MCOM students in Belgaum city. What have we done? We have further defined the population. Okay, we have become very specific now, right? So if your sample is not chosen well, then your entire research is going to go for a toss. It's not going to be final at all because you go on trying to get data and you will not. For example, one of our colleagues, he started doing a research on impact of, no, the way customers make decisions when purchasing online and pan-India population. And if you take entire India, how many people are there? Then they said, no, you just find out how many buy online. How many buy online? In my apartment building itself, in a day, 3 parcels will come on an average. Luckily, my daughter is not there, otherwise another 5 would have come. Okay, so what happens? Every youngster in our college also, every day the courier guy comes and he is giving parcels. So is it easy to take such a huge population? You are not going to complete your research at all. It will be like the Mahabharata war, 18 years. Okay, it will go on and on, 18 days actually. Yeah, okay. So anything goes wrong with your sample, then it will be directly reflected in the final result. So the results will be skewed or biased, or suppose students are very clever. Why students? Many research scholars also, they will survey 10 people and same thing they will just extrapolate. But you know heart of heart that this is not research. You have not actually achieved your objective. Then lot of techniques are there which help us gather information and identify the right kind of sample for your research. Okay, but what we are going to do today is understand techniques how to collect a particular sample size for yourself. And then here, when we say sampling methods, from this population, how we are going to select the number of people or units that you are going to study, that is called as a sampling method. What is going to be the chosen population? Okay, and then see, one thing is we may say, okay, let us select those who are sitting in division A only. Okay, suppose I want to study something. Then what about division B? Then you can say, no, I like division A students a lot. So I will select only those students. So what happens? Personal bias comes here. Okay, to avoid personal bias and ensure that there is objectivity when studying the sample, we choose these sampling methods, right? See, don't go by the number of sentences on my slide. Why I gave it is it can be like notes for you later on. So that is the reason, but I will not read every sentence. When we say population, as you see, in a country like India, there is no dearth for the size of the sample to be large. We can choose huge, but does it mean we have to have a very huge population to ensure that your study is right? Not necessary. You have to not choose a huge population, you have to choose the right population for your study. Okay, then when we talk about population, we are talking about a complete set of elements that possess a standard parameter between them. Let us say, for example, we are talking about use of smartphones amongst students. Now students can be those who are in kindergarten also. Yes, now even kindergarten classes are online. So students can be those who are in kindergarten, students can be those who are in PhD also. So isn't it very huge? So use of smartphone, and maybe here we can identify a specific purpose. Use of smartphone for online purchase amongst students in the age group of 20 to 30 or 18 to 25. We can identify this. So when we are saying population, it doesn't have to be only human. That is the main thing you have to understand. See, for example, when you are choosing a study of hotels, The unit here, the population here is a product or a service, or we are saying satisfaction of customers of jet airlines. Then here the population is what? Population is the jet airline, and rather customers who have used jet airways, right? So population does not have to be necessarily human. It could be a product, it could be a service, and most important could be an institution also. Okay. And for example, I've just chosen this so that you can relate to it. The total number of mobile phone stores on Congress Road in Belgaum, Karnataka. This is a population. Yes. Total number of mobile phone stores on Congress Road in Belgaum, Karnataka. Now, what we have done here, we have narrowed it down so much. Why? Because we can take a in-depth study of what are we going to study in this. We will refer to later. Is it clear so far? Right. So when we are saying population, see, you can see it's a small slice. The sample is a small slice of the population, of the overall population. So for example, here, why do we want to know the total number of mobile stores in Congress Road in Karnataka? Now, I want to set up a shop which is selling mobile phone covers and mobile accessories. So what do? I will survey different areas and I will say the total number of mobile stores in the Congress Road are more. So if I have a phone accessory store in Congress Road, it will be more profitable. So here what we do, a company manufacturing mobile phone covers would like to know all the mobile phone stores where it can sell its covers. So what will I do? I will approach a mobile phone store and say, I have got some very innovative covers. Would you want to sell them in your shop? Or I can set up my own outlet. So when we are talking about population and sample, we are not gathering information just for the heck of it. We are doing it with a specific purpose. Okay. So see, in India, we sadly have the tendency, even most PhD guides also, and even most researchers also, getting to the problem, or getting to like a quicksand of trying to get more and more data. But I have read PhD theses when I was doing my literature survey during my PhD. Uh, the lady has surveyed only two NGOs, a study of NGOs in South India related to, these NGOs were related to population control. So study of NGOs working in the area of population control in South India. One NGO was in Karnataka, a place called Malur, and the other one was on the outskirts of Chennai, a small village. But she has done an in-depth study. She has gone, lived there for almost 1.5 to 2 months with each of these NGOs and done an in-depth study. And for this, she was awarded a PhD by the University of Washington. If we had submitted to any university in India, they would have said, hey, sample size is so small, bahut chota hai karke, your guide only would have rejected. So the quality of the study will differ from place to place, but when we are talking about sample, we have to identify those right numbers and right units where we can get meaning to our research. Okay, shall we go on? Right. So when we are talking about population versus sample, I'll just read these 3 points which are very, very important. There is water here, dear. Is it used? Thank you so much. Yeah. So when we're saying population, the population is this entire group that you want to draw conclusions about. Okay. So let us say consumption of coffee, okay, amongst youngsters or college going students, suppose I say, then it is very confusing. Why? Because you may drink coffee in the house, you may drink coffee in your friend's house, but then consumption of coffee in branded outlets. You can still come further and say consumption of coffee in Starbucks. Now, what have you done? You have come more specific. Okay. But then remember one thing, the more deeper you want your research to go, the more finer your sample should be. I'm not saying small. Okay. So when we are saying finer sample, it means you have defined it well based on age, based on demography and all. Because see, if I go and ask, for example, if I ask my driver, do you drink coffee in Starbucks? It is not a relevant question because a coffee in Starbucks costs 350 rupees and I also won't go and drink it unless somebody is paying for it. Okay. So, right? So here when we are saying, first we are now identifying the population. From population we will select the sample. So here the sample is the specific group of individuals that you will collect data from. Okay. So lot of movements are going on everywhere in the world now. So for example, I'll tell you a very relevant one. Somebody is speaking about farm laws. Okay. People who don't know anything about the farm laws, if you ask them, they will not give you a fine, proper response. The actual farmer is still working on his field. Somebody is protesting them. So whom should we ask? Such situations, it is difficult to identify a sample. So the first step in this in such a situation, we first educate people about the farm laws, then ask the farmer who is going to be impacted by this or covered by this about his response. Otherwise, every Tom, Dick and Harry like us, we will have lot of opinions. No, we are very famous for that. Everybody, we have opinions, right? And that is what is the problem in our research. Our opinion clouds our judgment. So this is why we choose what is called as a proper sample. All right. So, and the next step is here. The population can be defined in terms of what? Geographical location. Like you can say metro and small city, Taiwan city, urban, rural. In some places, urban and rural is very difficult to divide. Okay. Then you will say, for example, graduate, undergraduate. Okay. And some people say educated, uneducated. That will not be a fine description. So, for example, if I say understanding of statistics in commerce students, this word understanding itself is very vague. And when I say commerce students, a student of BCom and a student of MCom their understanding may differ. So we have to identify properly when we are saying identification of the sample, geographic location, age. Age we will always take in a range. Okay. And this range must be properly set when you're designing your question. So I cannot say age 14 to 24. No. Because a person who is 14 and a person who is 24, there is a lot of difference. I can say 18 to 23 or 18 to 24. Quite similar. Then you can say no, teenagers. But 13 and 18, there's a huge difference. Of course, now they say generation gap is there even if 2 years difference is there. So many times I have seen questionnaires where they are identified, they are asking, in a range below 18, 18 to 22, 22 to 25, and so on. Because the mindset, especially when you're doing very sensitive issues like marriage or religion, then you will have to have very carefully defined sample set. Okay, sample size, sorry. Then we are talking about income. Income also we are not going to say a specific number. We will give a range. Okay, but then I see in a lot of advertisements 0 to 6 years experience. How can a person with 6 years and 0 years be the same? But they will put. So, but in income you cannot say 0 to 50,000. No. 0 means that means he is not employed. So the category itself will be different. Then and many other characteristics. So for example, if you're going in for a larger population, you can say, for example, the area that that person comes from. And internationally, if you're going to evaluate, you can ask for races, which race or which ethnic place you're from. In India, you can ask caste, you can ask religion, because a lot of behavior stems from the caste or religion that you belong to. Okay, then population and versus sample, when we are talking about, see, it can be very broad or very, quite narrow, based on what you are looking for, what is the objective of your research. That's why I gave you this example where this lady studied 2 NGOs, because her study, the objective was to understand the methodology that this NGO follows when it comes to population control. Okay, so she was very clear that she wants to look at the entire process. So sometimes what happens, it is very easy to understand if you are focusing on customers. For example, you are focusing on customers of a certain company. Let us say this computer. This is what Lenovo. Okay, then customer satisfaction amongst the users of Lenovo computers. So you have identified here all Lenovo laptops. Then come to make it more this one. Then Lenovo may be selling how many? Maybe selling 1 lakh pieces per month. Are you going to contact 1 lakh people? Going to be difficult. So you'll say customer satisfaction of Lenovo laptops by students. Again, you have narrowed it down. Students of Belgaum city. Again, you have narrowed it down. Okay. So you can identify, especially when it comes to customers and all, a specific number, specific category, we can say. And now, why should we define our target population and sample size properly? We all know. Because if there is a specific objective, we will not be able to reach it if the sample size is wrong. Your entire research will fail. Even your, you may have done excellent literature survey, you may have done excellent, questionnaire and all. But if your sample size is not right, you will not get the right data. Okay, you will get information, you will not get data. Okay, so if the population is very large, see, for example, I see a lot of people say we are going to survey farmers of India. And then they'll say India is a village and all the people of India live in a village and all. A farmer in Punjab and a farmer in Bijapur, there is no comparison at all. A farmer in Punjab will have a Benz SUV. A farmer in Bijapur may be just able to make his ends meet. So demographics is very important here, which area they belong to. Okay. Right. So this is a figurative display where we say the population is a huge unit of numbers of people or any kind of product or service. You use a sampling technique and then you choose the right sample. And that is what we are actually going to try to understand now. So we have understood, we have defined sample and we have tried to look at the various issues. Now what we are going to do is try to identify those sampling techniques which are going to be relevant to us. Okay. So I'm sure all of you have a subject called statistics. Yes. And you will all be better in statistics than me because I used to hate statistics in college. Right. Is it a common phenomenon? But then, I realized as we came ahead, without statistics, any subject is like a blank. So whatever you want to do, whether you want to do research or whether you want to utilize any kind of information, statistical knowledge and backup is very relevant. All right. Yeah. So we are going to look at these are the two broad categories. They are, some new trends picking up. But regardless of which country you're going to do your research, which area you're going to do your research, whether it is humanities, whether it is commerce or management or law, these are the two clusters or these are the two broad types of sampling. Okay, so first one is probability and the next one is the non-probability. So what is the meaning of probability? Any idea? I may come tomorrow to your college. That is probability. Non-probability, I will not come or I am definitely going to come. There is a specific answer. So probability means chance. Okay, what is the chance of coming? Right? And it is very important, especially in research and education, that when you know something, you talk. It will help. Okay, right. So probability here, samples are chosen on the theory of probability, that every sample has, every unit has got a chance to be chosen. That is what we are trying to say. So here simple, random, cluster, systematic and stratified. So if you remember the names itself, no, you will get an idea. So simple random sampling, cluster sampling, systematic and stratified. And the next one, convenience, judgment, snowball, and quota. All right, so we'll just go quickly through these. I know it's not the best time to have a session on sampling when your stomach is growling, right? But still, I'll keep it as simple and we'll try to finish as quickly as possible, right? When we're talking about simple random sampling, here we are saying that every item in the population has an even chance and likelihood of being selected. So, for example, when your teacher asks you a question in class and you know she's going to ask a question, what do you all do? You try to hide like this, no? The first thing you do. So, but in spite of that, everybody of you have a chance to get chosen to answer the question. So this is simple random sampling. Okay. This is also, oh, cannot. Yeah, it's okay. Right. Okay. So here we are talking about a situation where there is it is a chance. There is a chance that you will get picked as a, what do you say, research item. Fundamental sampling method, and it is a very fundamental, means very basic sampling method, this random sampling. It is the one which most people use, and it can be easily a component of a more complex method. So let us say, when I'm saying fundamental sampling method, I can choose this as the base. Okay, this method I can choose as a base method. From this I can choose a more complicated method. Okay, so I'll give you an example here, then you will understand it better. The thing I want you to understand in this sampling method is every unit or every item has the chance of being selected for the research. Equal chance. It is not more. Okay, and one thing, I'm not audible, she says. Madam, maybe the network problem is from her side. For her, no problem. Just move the file a little bit towards her. Shall we move this? Okay. Right. Okay, no problem. Right. See, however, the name sound is simple. The name is simple random sampling, but sometimes it is very difficult to implement, and I will tell you why it is difficult. Right. So before we utilize this simple random sampling method, we have to understand we must have a complete list of every member of the population. That is why it is complicated. We can contact or access each member of the population if they are selected. It should be in such a way that if they are selected, I should be able to contact each one of them. And most important, you must have the time and resources to collect this kind of data, which is the reason why it is challenging. Okay, I'll put a very simple way. When a student wants to go for an event, it happens in my college generally. A student wants to go, many students want to go for one event. There are different ways in which we can choose. One, we can give them a test. Okay. And one, we can see their attendance and certain criteria. But sometimes everybody wants to go. So what do? We just pick chits. Okay, and we don't see the chits. We just pick chits randomly. It's like a game of housey. You played housey, no? Housey, or what do you call it? Tambola. Right? You have a ticket. The ticket also is a matter of chance. The numbers you get also a matter of chance. But here it is important to understand that we should be able to control the sample size. Okay, in housey we don't have control over the numbers which are picked. But in this, we should ensure that we have a control. That means even if we choose a huge number, we should have the time and resources to contact these numbers. And second, we should have the access to these people whom we are going to select. Right. So one of the reasons that why it is a very popular method, it is when we are talking about random samples, it's usually a fairly representative number, since I'm not going to favor anybody. Now suppose I tell you we are going to take a feedback of this program from students. There are different ways. I can take it from all students. Okay. Second, I can take it from all students who have attended maximum number of sessions. Third, I can just pick a few and tell, okay, you answer, you answer. It is still fairly fine because I don't know you. And you are going to, you're what, all of you are in the same class, approximate same age, and you're studying the same subjects. So you're quite a similar sample here, isn't it? So that is why it is popular, but when you're going to do a very huge study, it is not a popular method. You have to have access to each and every person, only then it is a popular method. Right. So cluster. Now, when we're talking about a cluster sample, we are using it when we know that the groups are diverse, are not, internally, they have the same diversity that we are looking for in a larger population. So we are clustering the population. Cluster means what? We are making them into small, accessible groups. So it is a process which is usually used for market research when it is the most feasible way to find information about a population or a demographic whole. Okay. Now suppose we say number of women between the age of 20 to 30 who are using Fair and Lovely. Okay. Suppose we want to find that out. There are so many ways, no? We ask all the women who are in the age of 20 to 30, have you used Fair and Lovely? Have you used? No. If they've used also, they may not tell. Okay, right. So what do? We have this one to go near a shop, a particular shop. Stand there and give. Today I will survey area in Talakwadi. Next I will survey Hanuman Nagar. Next like that. So we cannot choose a small store where they are very only those sachets sold. So what do? We go probably near a store like Big Bazaar, or some very popular general stores, then medical stores where they sell this. Suppose I go near let us say burger shop, a restaurant, and ask, are you using Fair and Lovely? It's not a relevant. So when we are talking about cluster, what we do here, we divide the population into multiple groups or clusters, and that is how we get information easily. Okay, right. So three requirements are there which we have to follow when we want to use cluster sampling. First one, the groups must be as heterogeneous as possible. When I say heterogeneous means it should be a diverse group. Suppose I want to find out the impact of this Fair and Lovely only, and I go only to one area where only people of one community are living. Okay. So in a community where women are supposed to be fair, then probably usage will be more. Okay. Suppose I go to an area where people are not really, they are not really concerned about such things. There are a lot of working women are there. I may not get the right. Okay, so we have to choose areas where the population is heterogeneous. Now again, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying working women don't use Fair and Lovely. I'm saying the tendencies will be different. Okay, or let me say, suppose we go to a area which is full of lower middle class people, and then I want to find out how many people have iPhones, the new iPhone. We have chosen the wrong area as it is. So if we go near a mall, what happens? We get people of all income levels there. Again, I am not saying that people who have a lower income may not have an iPhone. They may save a lot and buy an iPhone only. My phone has 3 cracks sitting on the screen. Okay, but my driver has a better phone than me. So this is the whole thing is, we must not go with preconceptions. We must not allow our emotions to color our thoughts when we are developing or identifying samples. Okay. Then, of course, now you're all lucky. There's a lot of software available where you can calculate your sample size. I have given links to that which you can use later. You can calculate your sample size, and you can calculate more than anything the number of for example, let us say I have 1,000 students. There are different ways where we can generate random numbers for them. So these are called as random number generators. So lots of techniques are there to help you. All right. So first one, we said they should be as heterogeneous as possible, containing distinct and different subpopulations within each cluster. So equal number of men, equal number of women, equal number of youngsters, equal number of elderly people, all that should be there. Okay. Then each group should offer a smaller representation of what the entire population or demographic happens to be. That means if I want to survey the students of Belgaum, we can pick one entire KLS college. It's a representative sample. Why? Because students from all over Belgaum and nearby areas are coming. Okay. But suppose I want to study, let us say I want to study the behavior of youngsters in a residential school. Youngsters between who are in the 10th to 12th. I cannot come to a college. Or I cannot go to KLS school because it's not a residential school. So I should go and give this questionnaire to at least 2 residential schools in Belgaum. Then it will make sense. Suppose again we want to compare or we want to understand the behavior of youngsters towards residential schools. If I choose one Navodaya school and one international school situated in Bangalore, one international school's one student's fees will be more than my annual salary, isn't it? So their fees is around 14-15 lakhs per year, and here what? It is subsidized school. So the behavior is definitely, they are not comparative samples, or they are not the right kind of choice that we are making. Okay, right? And third one, groups must be mutually exclusive from the other. So suppose again, now I want to study the use, okay, let's take phones only because phones are, literally part of our lives. The use of phones by youngsters for studies. Then I can choose any kind of youngsters, right from 10th to this one, because they are all students, they are all youngsters. The term youngster has not been defined here. So we can choose. But suppose I say access to internet in rural areas. I can choose any rural area. Okay, and there we can say those rural areas which are in this state have higher access to internet. Those rural areas which are in this state have no access to internet. Like that. Okay, right? Any questions here, please ask. You can ask later also. Right. Now, I've got a small question here. Let's see how many of you are actually listening. This is one thing we learned during lockdown. If you want to find out if somebody is listening, you should ask a question. Okay. An airline company wants to survey its customers one day. So they randomly select 5 flights that day and survey every passenger on this flight. What kind of sampling is this? Cluster or simple? Why simple? See, what have we done here? There are a huge population of people who use flights. I have clustered the population into one part. What? Those who are using X airline. I've already made a cluster. Again, I've made a cluster by what? The overall sample consists of every member from some of the groups. Yes or no? Everybody. The groups are selected at random, correct. But the sampling method here is cluster sampling. Suppose I had done a survey on the all the all the passengers who flew on a particular day, then it would have been simple random sampling. But all the people who flew on a particular day in X airline, what I have done, I have made it as a cluster. And this cluster is a representation of the whole, isn't it? Okay. So because on any day, this average number of population will be there. I mean, average kind of population will be there. Women, children, and so on. But suppose I say behavior, or rather satisfaction of women flyers of airlines generally, then we would have chosen simple random. Anybody, any woman who's flying on that particular day in any airline, we would have chosen. Okay, right? So why is it good? Why this cluster sampling is good? It gets every member from some or the other groups. So I can say I found flyers who are old, flyers who are young, flyers who are random flyers, flyers who are flying for the first time. Okay, so this is a simple thought here. Right. Next one is systematic sampling. What are we doing in systematic sampling here? This is where these random number generators and all will be useful. Now what I will do, every third student sitting here, I will ask a question. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So 3. Then all 3 of you come here into this group. So that is called as systematic sampling. We follow it very often in class. Yes, when we want to make groups, we'll tell all the ones come here, all the twos come here. It is easy. And see, it is very scientific also, because no two groups will have very different kind of population. They will have similar population and similar numbers also. Okay, so for example, let us say 10 of you, or let us say 15 of you are very good in cricket. Now all 15 have been called. The challenge and then you are the best. There are three teams have to be made, and you 15 are the best, who are all-rounders, who have got all the criteria which we are looking for. Now how do we choose a leader here? So the coach can say, okay, count from 1 to 9 or 1 to 6 or something, and 3, all of you who are number 3 will become captains. So here what happens, there is no element of bias. The decision is objective. Okay, and we cannot rig the count. Okay, that is why systematic sampling is very popular, especially in a population which is quite similar. Okay, so I don't know if you have seen in industries, what we do, we have frisking of the body. Okay, when they are coming out, we don't frisk every person. So there is a rule, every 5th person you frisk. If a person is very smart, he will ensure that he is not the 5th person, but it is difficult to count that way. Are you going to count when I stand in the queue, am I 15th number or 14th number? It is difficult. So this is done in industry to eliminate bias. Sometimes what happens, the same person may be frisked twice a week. Then you can tell, every day the security guard is frisking me. No, it is not the security guard is this one, it is just again chance. That is why we call it as probability. Okay, right? Systematic sampling is an extended implementation of probability. It's like probability, just an extended implementation. Sampling in which each member of the group is selected at regular periods to form a sample. Okay, so we can tell that every second person bring me your book and we can check. So this is used especially when you're checking quality in industry. So what we do, we choose a box of 25 products and we apply what we call as the acceptable quality limit, and we check in that any randomly we pick 3 and check. Two major defects, one major defect and two simple defects, the whole box will be rejected and they will have to rework. So sampling can be used not just to get information, it can be used even for checking quality, checking processes, and so on. Yeah, so I think I gave this example already. So again, why it is popular? There is an equal opportunity for every member to be selected. Okay, then I think I'll skip this. You can read it later. Right. Now we are coming to the last part of probability. Now here, what is happening? Stratified random sampling. What is stratified? Strata means layer. Okay. So suppose I'll give you an easy example. If we want to check the habit of smoking amongst youngsters, then now what I will do, I will say the habit of smoking amongst youngsters who are in the age group of 16 to 20, then 20 to 25. So we go on like that till we try to see, when we have said youngsters, we would have said in the objective of the study, I want to study the habit of smoking amongst the people of the age group from 16 to 36. Then we start what? We ensure that the entire group is selected. So from the age of 16 to 20, we may choose 20 people. Age of 20 to 25, 20 people. Like that, we go on making them into strata. Okay, this is very easy, very important when we are surveying a diverse set of population. For example, those who are coming from different races, those are coming from different religions, those are coming from different language backgrounds. Okay, this is important. So what we're doing here, from a large population, we are creating something like a subpopulation and selecting samples from each of those. Yeah, so yes, let's see here. Each student at a school has a student identification number. Yes, the teacher makes a computer generate 50 random identification numbers. And those students are asked to take a survey. So what? All of you already have numbers, IDs. So through a computer, we just say sort these numbers and pick only 50 numbers out of that. This, why systematic sampling? I have not said it is wrong. Why again? Why not simple random? Because we are saying random numbers. Why not cluster? Yeah, I mean cluster, yeah, it is ruled out that it isn't, is it? Or is it possible? It's possible. Okay, let's see the explanation. No groups were used. Have we created into groups? Have we created into clusters? No. So many students are there who have numbers, all of them have ID numbers. Randomly we have generated their numbers. Therefore, this is Simple random sampling. And every student had a chance of being selected for the survey. Okay. Is this clear? Yeah. Right. Principal orders t-shirts and wants to check some of them to make sure they are printed properly. She randomly selects 2 of the 10 and checks of the 2 of the 10 boxes and checks every shirt in those 2 boxes. She just picks up, okay, 10 boxes are there. She picks up 2 boxes. She doesn't say, okay, give me box 1, give me box 2. She just picks up 2 boxes randomly. Okay. In those boxes, she checks every shirt. So ask yourself these questions. Has she created a group? She's not. If I say, you'll say, yeah. Huh? Okay. Is it simple? Is it cluster? Is it systematic? Is it stratified? See, let's see the explanation. Not every group of shirts had the same chance of being selected. Why? Because once those 2 boxes were there, the other t-shirts were sure they are not going to be checked. So you created, out of the 10, you created 2 clusters. And the cluster is what? It is the same as the original, as the other total population. T-shirts were divided into groups. And the principal sampled every shirt from some of the groups. So it is called cluster. Okay? Is it clear? Yeah. Now I'll give you an example. Let us say there are 5 divisions of MCOM and we want to take feedback of a particular faculty from the students. So instead of taking feedback from all the 5 divisions, same faculty is teaching, all 5 divisions, same subject. So instead of selecting all 5 divisions, we take all the students from division A and division C and we take feedback. Cluster. Okay. Cluster is, see, clustering, systematic, all these are random only, but they are extensions. Okay. A school chooses 333 randomly selected athletes from each of its sports team to participate in a survey about athletics at the school. Which kind of sampling is this? What is it doing? 33 randomly selected athletes from each of its sports team, different sports team. Okay. 333 from different sports. So what? Simple random, cluster sampling, systematic, stratified. Why stratified? Okay, good. Now you have got that, no? How to identify these kites. Okay, thanks. That was my idea. I think we'll do this later. Yeah. Now we are going to the other, that is the non-probability method. Okay. Here, this is convenience sampling. You ask any student who's doing a project, what method of convenience sampling? What is convenience sampling? Anybody I've met, I ask first. This is not, it's convenience for you, but not convenience for the, to choose the sample. Okay. So it is defined as a method where researchers, where they collect market research data from a conveniently available pool of respondents. But here again, see, suppose I tell, I'm going to use again this fair and lovely example if I tell you. I'm not going to ask any lady who walks on the street or my bai is there in the house, my auntie is there, then there is another lady here. I will ask, do you use fair and lovely? No. So then I say, I surveyed 50 ladies and out of 50 ladies, only 14 were using fair and lovely. So you have chosen the wrong sample, isn't it? So convenience doesn't mean whomever I get. And I asked one of the student when he what was the study on? Something about the menu and what are the hotels they have compared? Hotel Sankam and MasterChef. What is the comparison? Huh? I told the unit of study only is different. Okay. See, MasterChef is a small restaurant. Of course, now it has got branches here and there. More known for a specific type of cuisine, whereas Sankam is a place where they have 3 restaurants. So the comparison is not right there. So convenience doesn't mean pick whatever you can find first. No. Okay, so here it is the most commonly used sampling technique. Why? Because people feel it is very easy, but deep down it is more difficult to generate statistical data from such methods. People also think it is economical because I can just meet them, I can get. But here, members must be approachable. Okay, when we are talking about convenient sampling, we are just looking at approachability to the sample. But here, uh, I'd like to caution you all here. Convenient sampling is not used as a primary method to collect data because it may lead you to have errors in the selection of the sample. So what we do here, we have already chosen some method, and to complement that method, we use this convenience sampling also, or for additional information. Okay. Where do we switch this now? Yeah. So everybody's battery is low.
Ma'am, this is, I think, that system.
Oh. No. Right. Sorry for the interruption. Here, when we are looking at convenience sampling, there is no specific criteria to choose this. Therefore, it will become faulty. Okay. All the components of the population here are eligible and dependent on the researcher's proximity. That means how close are we or accessible are we to the sample. Oh God. Right. Yeah. So I'll give you an example, then we'll ask you a question. Maybe you can get that. So here what happens, a new NGO wants to establish itself in 20 cities. Okay, it selects the top 20 cities to serve based on the proximity to where they are based. So this is convenience sampling. For example, let us say we want to start an NGO is there, they want to start working in different areas. So they will, an NGO based in Belgaum will not choose a city which is closer to Bangalore. I mean, a town or village which is closer to Bangalore. It will choose those areas which are in and around it. Okay. Or for example, a company wants to recruit entry level employees. It will not choose employees from Delhi or Bangalore. It will choose employees who live around the company. Why? Because these are entry level employees. This is what is called as convenience sampling. Convenience for whom? Not for the researcher, but for the unit which is being researched. Okay. So, see, this is very interesting, especially for students. A university student working on a project wants to understand the average consumption of soda on campus on a Friday night. Why Friday is that, okay, thank God it's Friday kind of behavior. So, and it is a tendency, especially in most metropolitan cities and western cities, that Friday is the time where everybody gets, goes out for a party. So average consumption of soda on the campus on Friday night. So we are assuming it's a residential college. So can we do that study in Gokte College? No, it's not a residential. So we are saying in a residential campus, how much they this one. So convenience sampling, there are two kinds here. One, he will most probably call his or her classmates and find out how many cans of soda they consume every Saturday night. Okay, I'm sorry, every Friday night. Or he may just go to a party which is happening nearby and serve it. So what happens here? Very easy for him, right? Okay, let's look at this. A quality control worker at a factory selects the first 10 items she sees as her sample for the day. What type of sampling is this? The quality control worker comes to work. She has to survey the quality of the products. So the first 10 things she finds, she surveys. She checks them. Is it convenience or voluntary response? It's convenience. Okay. Why? Whichever 10 products she got, she surveyed. Right? And voluntary response sampling is the why I've added this here, though it is not added in any of these probability and all. It's a method, especially for market research, that is very commonly used, and we will see what that is. Right. So applications of convenience sampling, it is most used, in when companies want to launch a new product, when an institution wants to launch a new course, or for example, quality control, it is used, right? Judgmental sampling, this is a method here, right? This is something that is quite interesting, especially for youngsters like you. So here, judgmental sampling is also called as purposive sampling. Means there is a specific purpose that we are doing it for. Or authoritative sampling means I already know something. Based on my judgment, I am choosing the population. So for example, suppose I want to check the usage of certain cigarette brands among students. So definitely I am not going to survey the first few seats, because I presume or I assume that these girls are not smoking. I would choose a small shop there near my college where the minute the break happens, all my students will be there. So I can choose that place to serve. Why? Because based on my judgment, I know that this category of students don't smoke and those category of students smoke. So is it clear? Judgmental sampling, I'm using some pre-knowledge, or I mean that word is grammatically wrong. I use some information that I already have to make a judgment about certain people. So some people may ask, is this biased? Is there a lot of bias in this situation? There isn't actually. Okay? Right, you don't worry about them. They will sort out their thing. Let's finish our session. Right. So here it is generally used. Judgmental sampling is used in situations where the target population consists of highly intellectual individuals. It is easier to use. Okay. And this we cannot use by we cannot choose by using any other method of sampling like probability or something. So I will give you a very interesting example when to use judgmental sort. Okay. Yeah. Let them continue, we'll say. See, for all of you know what is ethical hacking? Yes. But do we know how to do it? We don't. Now, suppose I want to find out, you can drink, no problem. Is ethical hacking wrong? I cannot ask somebody who doesn't know what it is. Yes, I have to ask those who know ethical hacking and who are ethical hackers themselves. I will have to ask them. They may not be experts, but at least they know what is ethical hacking. Such people I have to ask. Yes or no? Okay. Now another one. Religious beliefs. This is very controversial, isn't it? It is very difficult also to ask. So for example, suppose, I'm just saying, suppose we want to introduce Monday as a weekly holiday because Monday we all go to some temple, Shiva temple. Okay, now I want to find out from you all. If I ask a person who is already a believer of Shiva this question, I know what the answer is. So I must ask a general population about such questions. Okay, so judgmental sampling is usually used when the researcher already has an idea about what to ask. Okay, and whom to ask, whom to cover. Okay, right, that's okay. Yeah.
The control is from two different. So when you just control over here,
Yeah.
you will have control.
No problem. Yeah. Right. So, okay, this ethical hacking slide is what I want on page slide 32. Right. So if you see here, this I remember when my daughter was doing a research on the usage of a particular exercise to alleviate back pain. So what she did was she first identified because they were using yoga in medicine as a what do you say as a therapy. She's a physiotherapist, so they were using a yoga technique in therapy. So what she did was she first identified those in that particular population who know yoga and practice yoga. So this is an example of judgmental sampling. Okay, so you use your prior judgment to identify the population. Okay, right. Judgmental sampling is actually very interesting, but it means that your population or your sample that you have chosen is already quite well educated about certain things, right? I need to go to the next slide, ma'am. Okay, this is almost the last, so don't worry about it. So snowball sampling is very popularly used. But here, the only danger is we don't have control about how many people are going to respond. Now, I want to, let us say, conduct a survey on students' approach towards careers. Okay, or for example, students' choice of a career, not approach, I'll say students' choice of a career. Now, first, I will give her the questionnaire because I know her. Then I will tell her, please pass on to your friends. She will pass on to another 5. And she will tell them, you ask your friends also to this one. We presume that it will go from 1, 2, and so on and so forth. The danger here is that we don't know how many are going to respond. So we don't have that control here. So the problem in this is, while it helps us to multiply the sample size, and we can get a really huge population to respond to our study, it is not sure that you are going to get the right control of the study. Let us say, for example, as a student, your teacher gives you 10 questionnaires. You fill one and give to your friends 9. Then you will forget, keep it in your bag and forget. Then next day teacher will tell, did you get the questionnaire? Ah, madam, today evening I'll get. Then you go somewhere, you only fill up one. This danger is there in snowball. Okay, but it is very easy, especially because of the internet and WhatsApp and all this media which we have. It is easy to generate this. Sometimes it can become a huge, fully blown study, even though we don't have control over that actual size of the population. For example, we conducted a research in RCU. That is in the RCU means not just the university, all the affiliated colleges during the lockdown as to what is this impact of how are students responding to the online teaching and learning? See, it is not just teaching and learning process during the pandemic. So we started first, with MBA colleges, then it went on to degree colleges. In the end, we had a population of almost um, roughly around 2000 plus students had responded to the survey. We presumed that it is going to be easy to get faculty response, but it was difficult to get faculty response. We got 75 faculty. We had targeted 150 faculty and 1000 students. It was the reverse. So that's what happens in snowball sampling. Your prediction or choice, I want this many numbers to be covered in the study may not actually happen because you don't have control over that. So here it is also referred to as the chain referral sampling method because what happens, it is like a chain. So from one person it goes to another three, from three to this one. And it is very popularly used in business studies, especially when you're launching a new product or, you go to a new restaurant. These methods are used. Okay, so this is okay, we will skip this. Right, now this is the final one, quota sampling. Here what you do, as the name itself signifies, from the large population, you pick up certain quotas. Now you may ask me, what is the difference in cluster and this? Cluster, what happens, we are seeing that they share the same heterogeneity. Okay, in the sense we want the population in the cluster to be diverse and heterogeneous. In the quota, what we are doing, we are ensuring that all people have the same characteristics. That's the difference here. So here they choose the individuals according to specific traits or qualities. This is more used in medical studies. Okay, so for example, a study related to consumption of food consumption patterns amongst type 2 diabetes. So in this, what we will do, we will not choose any type 2 diabetes who have come. We will again make them into smaller quotas in the age group of 21 to 31, 31 to 40, 41 to 50 and 51. So what is the similarity here? All of them have got type 2 diabetes and all of them are, probably living in a particular area or consuming a particular kind of food, because they say food and diabetes is very closely linked. So we choose certain common trends. So I read a study recently about the ITC group, which is talking about they are introducing low tar cigarettes. Okay, a cigarette company wants to find out what age group prefers what brand of cigarettes in a particular city. See here, we have identified some. What age group prefers what brand of cigarettes in a particular city? So we have already identified two parameters, common parameters. She or he applies the quotas on the age groups of 21 to 30, 31 to 40, 41 to 50 and 51 plus. Okay. For this information, from this information, the researcher gauges the smoking trend amongst the population of a particular city. All right. So when we're talking about quota sampling, one thing we have to be clear that I'll give you a small example so that it will be more clear. Survey individuals about what smartphone brand they want to use. Suppose we are doing that survey. Okay, because we did this during our internships, I can quote this example. So he or she considers a sample size of 500 respondents. Why? Because I'm studying in the city of Belgaum. The city of Belgaum, how many thousand people will be using smartphones? But I say, I want to study at least what smartphone brand they use. For whom is this useful? For especially the phone company. Okay, why? It will give them an idea why people choose a particular phone. Also, he is interested in serving 10 states in India. So here see, the population has become huger now, right? So sample size of respondents from 500 respondents who are representing 10 different states. So in this, what we will do? 50 people per state. He will choose. And now what we have got, the one common thing amongst this population is 50 of them belong to a particular state and 50 of them are using a smartphone. That is the common this one here. But again, your research may not be accepted very well here because it is too wide. 10 states. Suppose I say smartphone brand used by people all across India, and we say the underlying condition is a smartphone which costs between 25 to 30,000. You have reduced the population, right? You're putting some control over the population, reducing the quota. So here, see, one example is they can divide the population into two categories. What? Males and females, 250 males, 250 females. 100 respondents each between the age group of 60 to 20, 21 to 30, 31 to 40, 41 to 50 and 51 plus. Then it will become a good survey. Okay, because here we are making quotas. And employment status 350 unemployed, 150, 350 employed, 150 unemployed. So what are we doing here? We are defining our quota more and more carefully. Then here, that's why we call these as nested quotas. Nested means smaller, well-defined quotas. For example, out of the 150 unemployed people, at least 100 must be students. So we are defining it very finely. So if you prove all this, even if you say 500 respondents in 10 states of India, your research will be accepted. But if you don't do this, then your researcher, your guide may ask you, are 500 people, are they representative of 10 states? No. So these are what you should decide. And location wise, 50 responses per state. We already decided that. So when we are saying quota sampling, it doesn't mean you're just going to pick up small groups randomly. You're going to apply certain category and criteria for them and then, right? So these are two things that you have to understand here when we are talking about population size. We have understood there is something called margin of error and confidence level. These two are the things that you have to apply to your study, regardless of whichever sampling method you use. In margin of error, it is a percentage that tells you how much you can expect your survey results to reflect the views of the overall population. For this, you're very lucky there is a software. You just key in what is the sample size and margin of error that you are looking at. It will tell you what is your confidence level. If you key in your confidence level and your sample size, it will tell you what can be your margin of error. So you have links for that, which I have added here. You can, yeah, only one thing you have to remember. If you want a smaller margin of error, you must have a larger sample size. Okay. In the same population, the higher the sampling confidence level you want to have, the larger your sample size should. Okay, so I have just given some links here. You could copy these links. These are very easy for to calculate. To calculate the sample size, there is something called calculator.net. You just key in what is your thing. But Survey Monkey is also very helpful. It will also help you how to generate a questionnaire and distribute the survey also. And you will get fully quantified ways, right? And popularly, of course, we are using Google Forms and Survey Monkey for all surveys. So that's what you can do. But just a small this one of I wouldn't say advice, from experience. Whenever you get a chance, write. The biggest problem amongst us is we don't write. If you ask a student to write a leave note today, it's the most challenging thing. He will copy somebody else's leave note. So write whatever small things you can, write something. Okay, start your own blog or something related to what you're interested, and research will fetch you a long way. It will make you think. See, even if you do not bring out a research paper, it will make you think about a lot of things. See, don't go by these NDTV polls and all that, who is going to win tomorrow. They'll tell somebody and somebody else will win. These are not, because they are all, there's a vested interest in that. That is not the kind of research that we actually want to. If even, see, there's a academy called as the Khan Academy. It is, lot of information is there online. Everything is free. You can read it. Even a small child will understand. It's so simple and so user friendly. I mean, though I teach at postgraduate level, I refer to Khan Academy a lot because it's very, very well written and very simple and nice. A lot of online material is also there. So, any queries? I'm okay. Anybody? I shut down. Where is it? Oh, there are, is it? Okay, okay, okay. On the thing. Yeah. They had given answers. Right. Right. Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah, sure, sure, sure.
Whenever we are writing a research paper,
Yeah.
do we have a standard sample size that we need to choose, or it varies with the topic that we choose?
The size of the sample or the population, the size of the sample that you will choose is directly related to the objective of your research. Okay, the title may be whatever, but the objective, what is that you want to achieve by doing this research? That will be a big indicator to what is your sample size. Like I was just telling you about that two NGOs, and I surveyed about, to do my survey in North Karnataka, I surveyed about 102 NGOs, and 48 of them actually, responded back. The other 102 were all, many of them were fake and, not existing, not functional and all that. So to do this, what you can do is, when you are identifying what is the sample that you want to choose, apply certain criteria by which automatically others will get filtered out. So for example, you want to, let us say, survey the purchase of cars during the pandemic. Okay, so you can eliminate those who have booked the car before the pandemic, eliminate those cars which cost above 40 lakhs, because such people, pandemic or no pandemic, doesn't matter. So again, you can say that I'm going to look at those cars in the range of 3 lakhs to 7 lakhs, because this will be your population who were probably affected by the pandemic. Okay, like we are doing a research on the impact of hiring during the pandemic. So, am I going to look at those people? See, when I look at that, I cannot just say I'm going to see how many people they hired, how many they have laid off. So again, here when I'm going to look at the sample size here, I'm going to look at those companies and I'm going to refer to those who are hiring for fresh positions, not for those which they have laid off. Because then it doesn't make sense. No, they are not new hires. They are just trying to get a cheaper replacement for somebody they have removed. So fresh hires. So in this way we can think. So I will give you another example. We are trying to do a survey on this LGBT. What are the kind of policies that corporate companies have? But suppose I go and ask a company like KLS, they may not have a policy. Then it is wrong for me to expect also. So I should choose those companies which have something like a diversity policy. Then I know that they will probably have something like that. Or where there are people from at least 5 to 6 states working in that. And which are probably located in metropolitan cities. I cannot expect a small foundry to have policies like that. They are, I'm not saying they don't have, they have. But it would be wrong for me. So this is here what I do, I use judgmental sample. And then based on what I know earlier, I do like a pilot and then try to find out, ask them first, do you have a diversity policy? Then when they say yes, then I will send my questionnaire for this study.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah. Usually during lunchtime, only one question. When is the lunch?
Good afternoon to everyone. Madam Kitty Shukmar has really simplified the talk on the sampling techniques. As soon as we say sampling, we feel it is a difficult topic, but Madam has really given good examples. For each sample, she has given here 4 to 5. So whenever you are there in the research process, you will remember her slides at how to select the sample. So Madam has really helped us very well. I thank Madam on behalf of KLS Horticulture.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. I will leave my presentation here.
Yeah, you can.
Thank you so much. And sorry for enhanced session.
No questions from online.
Yes, Ms. Wanda.
No, they have answered.
Yeah.
Ma'am, in the
Yeah. You can.
okay, participants, we are done for today. The feedback link for the second session will be shared in the group. We'll meet tomorrow again at 10 a.m. with the third session. Okay. Thank you, one and all.